Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Highly. The silence in Dr. Anyav Sharfma's office is a living thing. It's not peaceful. It's the suffocating, sterile quiet that comes after a bomb has dropped, thick with the fallout of words that can never be unsaid. The paper on the exam table crinkles under me, the sound echoing in the stillness. I feel each tiny ridge of it through my jeans. It's the only thing that seems real. Premature ovarian insufficiency. Dr. Sharma says the words again, her voice gentle. But the syllables are clinical, sharp. They cut right through me. It means your ovaries aren't functioning at typical levels for your age, Hailey. Your ovarian reserve is diminished. Diminished. The word hangs in the air, so polite and so utterly violent. A tidy medical term for broken, for empty. I stare at the cheerful anatomical chart on the wall behind her, a diagram of a perfectly functioning universe that no longer applies to me. My body has become a foreign country, and I've just been denied a visa. So what does that mean? I ask, and I'm proud of my voice. It sounds like my own. It doesn't tremble. It doesn't betray the frantic, high-pitched scream that started up in my head. For the future, for everything, the scream clarifies. For the list of baby names tucked into my nightstand, for the phantom weight of a child in my arms I've felt my whole life, for the entire map of my future, which has just been set on fire. Dr. Sharma's kind eyes, the ones that crinkle at the corners when she smiles, are full of a soft professional pity that I can't stand. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but it does mean that natural conception would be a significant challenge. The probability is very low. She pauses, consulting my chart as if the answer might have changed. It hasn't. Less than 1%. 1%. The number isn't a zero, but it feels worse than a zero. A zero is an ending. 1% is a sliver of hope designed to torture you. It's a statistical cruelty, a locked door with the key just out of reach. I nod, the motion feeling stiff, disconnected from my body. I'm an actress playing the part of a woman receiving bad news, and I'm nailing my performance. I slide off the exam table, my boots making a soft thud on the linoleum. My legs hold me. I'm amazed they still work. Thank you, doctor. I say, my own professionalism, a reflex, a shield that snaps into place. I appreciate you explaining it all. I walk out of her office, my posture perfect. I schedule a follow-up appointment at the front desk that I have no intention of keeping. I move through the city, a ghost in the afternoon sun. The world is a vibrant, Technicolor movie I'm no longer a part of. A woman laughs into her phone, her head thrown back. A father lifts his daughter onto his shoulders. Life, loud and messy and beautiful, is happening all around me, and the glass wall between me and it just became bulletproof. Back in my apartment, the numbness finally begins to thaw, leaving behind an ache so profound it feels physical. I sink onto my sofa and wrap my arms around my stomach as if I can physically hold in the hollowness. My home, my sanctuary, suddenly feels hostile. Every object is an accusation. The spare bedroom I use as an office, with its big window and afternoon light, has always been the silent, secret nursery in waiting. The worn copy of Goodnight Moon on my bookshelf, saved from my own childhood to be passed down. They are relics of a future that has just been canceled. I'm still sitting there, a statue carved from grief, when the front door opens and my best friend Cherry bursts in. She's a whirlwind of bright colors and kinetic energy, a stark contrast to my gray world. She's holding a bag of takeout from our favorite Thai place, the smell of basil and chili filling the air. She takes one look at my face and the takeout bag hits the counter with a thud. "Oh, Hailey, no." Her voice is low, fierce. She doesn't need details. She sees the devastation. In 2 long strides, she's in front of me, pulling me into a hug that smells like her signature jasmine perfume in the city. I collapse against her, the first crack in my carefully constructed composure. I tell her everything. The words come out tangled, broken, diminished, insufficient, 1%. She just holds me, her grip a lifeline. She doesn't offer the empty platitudes I've been dreading. When I'm done, a mess of silent, hiccuping tears, she pulls back, her expression set. Her eyes are blazing. "Okay," she announces, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "So tonight, we riot." "Cherry, I can't even move." My voice is a ragged whisper. "A metaphorical riot," she clarifies, already marching toward my bedroom. She's a woman of action. It's what I love and, at times, what exhausts me most about her. A gorgeous, one night only, damn you to the universe and its objectively terrible decisions. I have tickets to the Callaway Foundation Gala. My company bought a table. We are going. A gala? The idea is so absurd I almost laugh. "Cherry, I want to lie here until I turn into dust. Not an option." She reappears, holding a velvet dress bag like a battle standard. She unzips it with a dramatic flourish, a dress the color of a midnight sky. A shimmering, elegant sheath of dark blue silk spills out. "Tonight, you are not Hailey Eunice, the woman whose day fell apart. Tonight, you are a mysterious art collector. You are an undercover journalist. You are anyone but yourself. We will drink overpriced champagne, and we will not think about a single damn thing beyond what's right in front of us. This isn't about looking for a man, Hailey. This is about forgetting you are a woman who has been wounded." I stare at the dress. It's a costume for a life I'm not living. For a woman who is whole. A woman who isn't standing in the wreckage of her own body. The thought of putting it on, of pretending, feels like a betrayal of my own grief. It felt like asking a broken limb to run a marathon. My entire body protested the effort, sinking further into the cushions. But the thought of staying here, alone in this silent, accusing apartment, feels so much worse. I need to forget. Just for one night. I need an anesthetic. "One night," I say, the words feeling like they belong to someone else, someone braver. Cherry's smile is a sudden, brilliant sunrise. "One night," she confirms, her energy surging now that she has a mission. To raise a little hell and start a riot.
Chapter 2. Scott. The Callaway Foundation Gala is a symphony of polite lies, and I'm conducting it from the center of the room. My suit, a custom charcoal wool that probably cost more than the first car I ever owned, feels less like clothing and more like a finely tailored cage. It's my armor for nights like this, where every handshake is a transaction and every smile is a negotiation. I move through the gilded ballroom of the St. Regis, a ghost in my own machine, nodding at investors and murmuring pleasantries to board members whose names I force myself to remember. The air is ripe with the competing scents of Chanel No. 5 and desperation. Then a familiar shadow falls over me, smelling of ambition and expensive cologne. My half-brother, David. "Scott. Brother." He claps a hand on my shoulder, his smile as wide and predatory as a shark's. "Glad you could make it. I was starting to think you decided to become a complete recluse." I extract myself from his grip, taking a deliberate sip of my whiskey. The burn is grounding. Someone has to run the company, David. You, on the other hand, seem to have plenty of time for philanthropy. His smile doesn't falter. It's his best and most dangerous feature. It's all about balance. Work hard. Play hard. You should try it sometime. In fact, that Omnicorp merger you're spearheading, that's playing hardball. I'm impressed. I hate his praise more than his criticism. The former requires me to pretend. The latter is simply a transaction of malice. It's a necessary acquisition. Oh, I know. It's the move that will finally cement the Tillman legacy for the next generation. He leans in, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial purr that makes the hair on my arms stand up. But scrutiny is going to be intense, the kind of deep dive that rattles skeletons out of even the most well-organized closets. You'd want to make sure there are no personal distractions, right? No messy little entanglements to muddy the waters. There it is. The veiled threat inside the friendly advice. A classic David Tillman move, learned at the foot of the master himself. Our father. I let the silence hang between us, a third entity in our conversation. I refused to take his bait, to show even a flicker of the cold fury coiling in my gut. Instead, I let my gaze drift over his shoulder, as if I've already lost interest. My personal life is a fortress, David. You should know that better than anyone. Is it? He straightens his tie, a picture of insincere charm. Good. Just looking out for you, brother. After all, we wouldn't want Dad's empire to fall into the wrong hands. He winks, claps my shoulder again, and disappears back into the crowd, leaving a trail of expensive poison in his wake. I stand there, the ice in my glass melting, the symphony of the gala fading to a dull buzz. He thinks he's subtle. He thinks he's a master of manipulation, but he's just a cheap cover band playing our father's greatest hits. Our father, the architect of my life's singular mission. On the day we buried him, I stood over the obscenely expensive marble tombstone and made a vow. It wasn't spoken aloud. It was a silent, ironclad promise forged in a crucible of childhood pain. I would take the empire he built on cruelty and fear, and I would make it my own. I would run it with brutal efficiency, grow it to staggering new heights, and then, when I was done, it would die with me. The toxic Tillman bloodline, the greed, the manipulation, the cold-hearted ambition that ran through my father and now curdles in David. It would end. The buck, as they say, stops here. My father's final, most malicious gift to me was the key to that victory. After a brutal illness when I was 16, he sat me down with the family doctor, a man with fear in his eyes, and they presented me with a medical file. A death sentence for my lineage. Sterile. The word was a brand. At the time, it felt like the ultimate punishment, another way my father could control my future, ensuring I could never produce an heir he didn't approve of. But in the years since his death, I've reforged that curse into a weapon. My sterility isn't a weakness. It's my armor. It's the guarantee that no matter what happens, I will win. I will be the last of the Tillmans, a Baron King ruling over a dead-end dynasty. David and his pathetic power plays are just noise. Annoying, but ultimately meaningless. He can't touch my fortress. Still, the conversation leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. The air in the ballroom feels suddenly thin, suffocating. I need to get out. I slip through a set of French doors I spotted earlier, stepping out onto a stone terrace overlooking the city. The air out here is thick and heavy, a humid weight that clings to my skin, but it's still a relief compared to the stifling crush of the ballroom. Down below the city is a glittering tapestry of light and motion, beautifully indifferent to the heat rising from the asphalt. The noise of the party is a muffled thrum behind me. For the first time all night, I feel like I can breathe, even if the air is warm and still. And then I see I'm not alone. She's standing at the far end of the balustrade, half hidden in the shadows cast by a large potted ficus. She's wearing a simple, elegant dress of dark blue silk that seems to drink the moonlight. It's a vivid contrast to the sequined, attention-grabbing armor worn by most of the women inside, fabrics that must be itching and sticking to them in this humidity. Her back is to me, but I can see the gentle slope of her shoulders, the elegant line of her neck. She's perfectly still, looking out at the skyline. A pocket of profound quiet in a world of noise. As a rule, I don't approach women at these events. It's a minefield of expectation and assumption. But I don't move away either. There's something captivating about her stillness despite the oppressive August heat. She must sense my presence because she turns, and for a second I forget how to breathe. She is, objectively, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. High cheekbones, a full mouth, and skin that seems to glow in the dim light. But that's not what steals the breath from my lungs. It's her expression. Her eyes are large and dark, holding the same bone-deep weariness, the same guarded fortress look I see in my own mirror every morning. It's the look of someone who is tired of fighting a war no one else can see. Our gazes lock, and for a long, charged moment, neither of us speaks. The chasm of the terrace separates us, but it feels like she sees right through the suit, right through the crap, and recognizes the ghost in the machine. I should walk away. This is a complication I don't need, a breach in the fortress. But I find myself moving toward her instead, my feet acting on some impulse I can't name. "Hiding from the sharks?" I ask, my voice much rougher than I intended. She doesn't smile, but a flicker of something, amusement, maybe, dances in her eyes. It's intoxicating. Trying to. But they always seem to find you, don't they? Her voice is a low, smooth melody that cuts through the distant party noise. "They're attracted to the scent of blood in the water," I say, stopping a few feet from her. "Or money. It's hard to tell the difference these days." "Sometimes there isn't one." She finally turns her body fully toward me, leaning back against the warm stone of the balustrade. The movement is fluid, graceful. "What are you hiding from?" The question is direct, disarmingly so. No one at these things asks real questions. They ask about stock prices and mergers and the deplorable state of the valet service. "The suffocating weight of expectation," I answer, the truth slipping out before I can stop it. "And are you winning?" I consider the lie, the easy, charming dismissal I would give anyone else. But looking into her eyes, the lie dies on my tongue. "I'm not sure it's a battle anyone can win." "Maybe the point isn't to win," she counters, her gaze thoughtful as it drifts back to the city lights. "Maybe it's just to find a place where the air moves." I look at her, really look at her, and a strange, unfamiliar feeling unfurls in my chest. It's not just attraction, it's recognition. She's right. All night, all my life, I've been looking for a place to breathe. And standing here on this stifling terrace with a complete stranger, I feel for the first time like I might have just found one.
Chapter 3. Highly. His admission hangs in the heavy, stagnant air between us, a shockingly honest thread in a tapestry of fabricated smiles. I'm not sure it's a battle anyone can win. He looks out at the city, the muscles in his jaw tight. A man wrestling with something far bigger than a bad night at a party. The cynicism I first saw in him isn't a simple armor. It's a fortress. And he's just shown me a crack in the wall. "Maybe the point isn't to win," I reply, my own voice softer than I expect. I trace the rim of the champagne flute, cherry forced into my hand, an hour ago. The bubbles are long dead. "Maybe it's just to find a place to breathe." He turns his head, and his gaze, intense, analytical, lands on me again. It feels like being scanned for weaknesses. For a moment, I think he's going to dismiss me with some cutting remark, retreat behind his walls. Instead, a muscle in his cheek twitches. "And you? Is this your breathing space?" He gestures with his glass toward the sprawling, glittering chaos of Los Angeles below, the horizon hazy with the city's lingering heat. A humorless laugh escapes me. "No, this is the opposite of that. This is a necessary anesthetic. For what? The question is blunt, surgical. I meet his gaze, refusing to be the first to look away. My riot, Cherry called it. A stand against the universe. It feels right to honor that, with a sliver of the truth. For a door that slammed shut today, the kind you don't get to reopen. He doesn't offer pity. He doesn't offer anything except a slow, deliberate nod of understanding that feels more profoundly intimate than any empty platitude ever could. He runs a hand through his dark hair, a restless gesture that seems to betray an energy he keeps tightly coiled. I know the type, he says, his tone flinty. I've spent my life slamming them shut myself before anyone else gets the chance. We stand in that shared, broken silence. Two strangers on a terrace, speaking in a language of closed doors and stolen breaths. The muffled sound of a string quartet playing some vapid pop song drifts out from the ballroom, a reminder of the world we've escaped. My phone buzzes in my clutch. A text from Cherry. Are you alive? Don't let me find you fossilized in a corner. I don't want to go back in there, I say, the words slipping out, more honest than anything I've said all day. Neither do I, he answers immediately, his eyes holding mine. The pull is undeniable, a low hum of energy that seems to connect the space between us. My hotel is upstairs. We could continue this conversation where the sharks can't circle. It's not a line. It's an offer, an escape hatch. He isn't looking at me with hunger, not the predatory kind I've seen in the eyes of other men in expensive suits. He's looking at me with that same startling recognition I felt a moment ago. He's looking at me like I'm the only other person in the world who speaks his language. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is reckless. I don't know this man, but I also know with a certainty that settles deep in my bones that he is safer than the polite lies waiting for me inside. What's your name? I ask, a final test. He considers it for a beat, his gaze sweeping over my face. Does it matter? For tonight, can't we just be two people on the terrace? Anonymity, the ultimate freedom, it's what I came here for. Okay, I whisper. Two individuals on a terrace. His suite is on the penthouse floor. It's vast and impersonal, decorated in shades of gray and chrome, with a floor-to-ceiling window that displays the same skyline we just left. It's the kind of room that's designed to impress, but it feels as lonely as he looks. He pours us both another drink, whiskey for him, water for me, at a bar stocked with bottles I don't recognize. The clinking of the ice in his glass is the only sound. So, I say, leaning against the marble bar, what do two people on a balcony talk about when they're no longer on the terrace? They talk about anything that isn't the reason they were on the terrace in the first place. He hands me my glass, his fingers brushing against mine. A spark, sharp and warm, zings up my arm. We talk. For hours. We don't talk about work or family or last names. We talk about the first album we ever bought, the irrational fear of deep water, the way the city feels just before dawn. He has a dry, cutting wit that makes me laugh, a real, genuine laugh that feels like it's been trapped in my lungs for weeks. I see the way the tension slowly bleeds from his shoulders, the way his rare smile actually reaches his eyes. He listens. When I talk, he just listens, his focus absolute. It's a gift I didn't know I was starving for. At some point, we move to the sofa. The city lights our only illumination. I tell him about the slammed door, not the details of the diagnosis, but the feeling of it, the hollowed-out shock. It feels like my future was just stolen, I admit, staring into my glass. And I'm left standing here with a past that doesn't make sense anymore. He is quiet for a long time. When I look up, his expression is raw. My future was stolen from me a long time ago, he says. voice a low rumble of old pain. I just learned how to pretend it was a choice I made myself. And that's when I see it. The profound, aching loneliness in him that calls to my own. It wasn't just sadness. It was a deep structural solitude that I recognized because I was living in its twin. A tear I didn't even know was forming escapes and slides down my cheek. Before I can wipe it away, he reaches out, his thumb catching the drop with impossible gentleness. His touch is warm, electric against my skin, a huge contrast to the cold that had settled deep in my bones. The air shifts. The space between us, once filled with words, is now filled with a heavy crackling current. The searching intensity of his gaze felt like a request, an unvoiced plea to be seen beyond the armor. He is drowning, and so am I. And for tonight, maybe we can be each other's lifeboat. I lean in, and he meets me halfway. The kiss is not soft or tentative. It's a collision. It's desperate and raw, freighted with all the unspoken pain and anger and grief of the day. It's the fury of my body's betrayal and the weight of his self-imposed prison, all crashing together. His hands cup my face, his fingers threading into my hair, and he kisses me like he's been starved for a lifetime. His mouth is demanding, hungry, taking everything I'm willing to give and demanding more. His tongue sweeps inside, a hot, wet invasion that I meet with equal force. A guttural groan rumbles in his chest, vibrating through my lips, and it's the most honest sound I've heard all day. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
I wake to the pale, hazy light of dawn, filtering through the massive window. For a disoriented second, I don't know where I am. Then it all comes rushing back. The terrace. The conversation. Him. He's still asleep, lying on his side, one arm slung protectively over my waist. His face, in repose, has lost its sharp, guarded edges. The tension in his jaw is gone. In its place is a vulnerability that makes my chest ache. The formidable, cynical man from the gala is gone, and in his place is someone who looks peaceful. Someone who looks like he's finally found a place to breathe. I slip out of bed, gathering my silk dress from the floor. The magic of the night dissolves in the harsh, early morning heat. Reality comes crashing in. We were two anonymous people. That was the rule. He stirs as I'm buttoning my dress, his eyes fluttering open. They are hazy with sleep for a moment, then clear with a sharp, immediate awareness. The armor is back, slotting into place with practiced ease. "Hey," he says, his voice thick with sleep. "Hey," I whisper back. The silence stretches, filled with everything we can't say. "Thank you. Last night was, I wish," but the words stay trapped. The rules are the rules. I walk to the door, my clutch in my hand. He doesn't try to stop me. He doesn't ask for my number. He just watches me, his expression unreadable. With my hand on the doorknob, I turn back one last time. He is sitting up now, the white hotel sheet pulled around his waist. Our eyes meet across the vast empty space of the suite. I see a flicker of something in his gaze. Regret, maybe. A question. The same one that's screaming in my own mind. Are we really letting this go? But neither of us breaks the silence. Neither of us breaks the rule. "Be safe," he says, finally. And the simple words are loaded with the weight of 1,000 different goodbyes. I nod, unable to speak, and slip out the door. The hallway is silent. The hotel is asleep. As I step into the elevator, the doors sliding shut with a soft final hiss, a devastating certainty washes over me. Cherry wanted me to have one night to forget, but as the elevator descends, leaving him behind in that sterile penthouse, I know, with a gut-wrenching, soul-deep clarity, that I have just met the one person I will never be able to. Chapter 4. Highly. 4 months. 120 days since the gala. 120 days since a man whose name I don't know rearranged the furniture in my soul and then walked away, just like we agreed. I've thrown myself back into my work. I'm a freelance editor, and deadlines are a welcome tyrant, building a new life around the gaping hole the diagnosis left behind. The grief is no longer a tsunami. It's a tide, pulling in and out, some days higher than others. The memory of him is the same, a dull, persistent ache behind my ribs, a ghost I refuse to give a name. Lately, though, something else is off. A bone-deep exhaustion has settled into my marrow, the kind that no amount of sleep can seem to fix, and my morning coffee, my one true ritual, has started to taste like bitter ashes in my mouth. I tell myself it's stress. I tell myself it's my body still adjusting to its new broken normal. I tell myself anything but the one ridiculous, impossible thought that whispers at the edge of my mind in the dead of night. It's that thought I'm actively suppressing when I meet Cherry for our weekly lunch date at a small cafe in our neighborhood. The place is bustling, alive with the clatter of silverware and cheerful chatter. It feels a world away from the silence in my head. "You look like a zombie, Hailey." Cherry doesn't believe in pleasantries. She stabs a piece of avocado toast and points it at me. A very chic, well-dressed zombie, but a zombie nonetheless. "Are you sleeping?" "I'm sleeping," I lie, pushing a wilted piece of lettuce around my plate. "Just a big project. You know how it is." "I do know how it is. And I also know your big project face. This isn't it. This is something else." She narrows her eyes, her focus becoming laser sharp. It's one of her superpowers, the ability to see straight through my crap. "And you haven't touched your iced latte. You, Hailey Eunice, who once claimed coffee was your soulmate." We're on a break. I try for a joke, but it falls flat. My stomach does a slow, queasy roll just thinking about the acidic taste. Cherry puts her fork down, her expression softening from accusation to genuine concern. "Okay, for real. What's going on with you? Is it, are you having a bad wave? A bad wave. Our term for the days when the grief is a high tide. It's easier than saying the words. Baby, family, future. No, it's not that," I say, which is true. This feeling is different. I'm just off. My body feels weird. "Weird how?" She presses, leaning forward. I shrug, trying to make it sound like nothing. "Tired, nauseous sometimes. Probably just a bug." Cherry stares at me, her head tilted. I can practically see the gears turning in her mind. A long, loaded silence stretches between us. I know what she's thinking. I can see the impossible hope dawning in her eyes, and I need to shut it down before she gives it a voice, before she gives me hope. Hope is the cruelest thing you can have when you're clinging to a 1% chance. "Hailey," she starts, her voice barely a whisper. "When was your last period?" The air leaves my lungs. "Cherry, don't." "No, I'm serious. When?" "You know my cycle is a mess. It's been all over the place since forever. It doesn't mean anything. My words are sharp, a warning. But what if it does?" She insists, grabbing my hand across the table. Her grip is urgent. "You felt weird after that gala, distant. You never told me if you even talked to anyone. My breath catches. I've never told her about him, not a soul. That night feels like a secret I've kept even from myself, a strange, beautiful, painful mirage. Admitting it happened means admitting it's over. It has absolutely nothing to do with that, I say, pulling my hand away. It was one night of drinking too much champagne, and even if, it wouldn't matter. You were there when the doctor gave me the odds. 1% is a rounding error, not a reality. Odds aren't zero. Her voice rises. Drawing the attention of the table next to us, she lowers it, her eyes pleading with me. What if you're the one? What if you're the 1%? Wouldn't you rather know than just write it off because you're scared? Her words hit their mark. I am scared. I am terrified of letting that hope in, only to have it ripped away again. It was easier to mourn a future that was gone than to hope for one that was never meant to be. But her question lingers in the air, a seed of terrifying possibility. Wouldn't you rather know? That afternoon, I'm in a CVS buying tampons. The irony is a bitter pill. I'm standing in the aisle, my basket full of items for a reality I'm clinging to, when my eyes land on the rows of pregnancy tests, boxes of pink and purple, all promising answers. Hope and heartbreak, packaged in neat little cardboard rectangles. Cherry's voice echoes in my head. What if you're the one? My hand moves on its own. I grab a box, the kind that promises results in 2 minutes, because I'm a masochist who apparently likes to get my heart broken with maximum efficiency. I bury it under the tampons and a bag of sour gummies and pay at the self-checkout, my face burning as if the machine itself knows my secret, impossible hope. Back in my apartment, the box sits on my bathroom counter, a tiny bomb waiting to go off. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely open the plastic wrapper. This is stupid. This is a waste of $20 and a perfectly good afternoon. I'm just setting myself up for another gut punch. I follow the instructions, my movements robotic. I place the plastic stick on the counter, the little window facing up, and then I walk out of the bathroom. I can't watch it. I set a timer on my phone for 2 minutes. It is the longest 2 minutes of my entire life. I pace my living room, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The timer goes off with a shrill beep that makes me jump out of my skin. My feet feel like lead as I walk back into the bathroom. My breath is trapped in my lungs. I look down, and I see it. One line, dark and defiant, and next to it, a second one, faint, almost a ghost, but undeniably there. Positive. The word doesn't compute. My brain short circuits. I pick up the stick, holding it up to the light, as if the angle might change the outcome. But it's still there. 2 lines. A mathematical impossibility. A statistical miracle. My knees give out, and I sink to the floor. My hand, trembling, comes to rest on my flat stomach. Disbelief is the first wave. Shock is the second. Terror is the third. A cold wave that threatens to pull me under. And then underneath it all, a tiny, fragile, terrifying bloom of joy. A week later, I'm back in Dr. Sharma's office. She's holding an ultrasound wand to my stomach, her eyes wide as she stares at the monitor. Well, she says, a slow smile spreading across her face as she turns the screen towards me. Hi, Lee. It seems you are the 1%. On the screen is a tiny flickering pulse of light, a heartbeat, a real, steady, impossible heartbeat. It's real. Driving home, the reality finally lands, a crushing, beautiful weight. I'm pregnant. I'm going to have a baby. My miracle, my impossible, wonderful baby. And I am completely, utterly alone. The memory of the man on the terrace surfaces, sharp and clear. His intense eyes, the sound of his voice, the feel of his hand in mine. A man I shared my body and my brokenness with, but not my name. The father of my child. A ghost. I have no way to find him, no last name, no clue where he works or lives. He exists only in that one stolen night. I walk into my apartment, and the silence that once felt like grief now feels like potential. The spare room isn't a nursery in waiting anymore. It's a blank canvas. I'm not a woman whose future was stolen. I'm a woman whose future just began, and I will not spend it looking for a ghost. This is my miracle, my responsibility, my child. I need a plan. I need to think. I need to get away from the city, from the ghosts and the memories, and just breathe. I open my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard. I search for remote luxury mountain retreats, quiet getaways. A website pops up, showing stunning pictures of snow-covered pine trees and cozy, isolated cabins with stone fireplaces. Blackwood Pines Lodge. It looks like the quietest place on earth, a place to start over. My cursor hovers over the Book Now button for a one-bedroom cabin. My heart is pounding, a mix of fear and exhilarating resolve. This is it. This is the first day of the rest of my days. I click.
Chapter 5. Scott. The victory tastes like ash. I'm standing in my office on the 50th floor, staring out at the sprawling, indifferent lights of Los Angeles. Below me, the city hums with a life I feel completely disconnected from. On my desk sits the signed final agreement for the Omnicorp merger. It's the largest acquisition in Tillman Industries' history. A brutal, year-long war of attrition that I won. The numbers are staggering. The press is calling it a masterstroke. I should be celebrating. Instead, I just feel hollow. The silence in my office is heavier than the noise of any party. My reflection in the glass is a ghost in a Tom Ford suit. There are shadows under my eyes that weren't there a year ago, and a tension in my jaw that never seems to fully release, even in sleep. This is the cost of the crown. Every win is just the prelude to the next battle in a war I declared on a ghost. A war against my father. And in the quiet moments like this one, another ghost slips through my defenses. Her. The woman on the terrace. 4 months, and the memory of her is still a splinter under my skin. The guarded sorrow in her eyes, the unexpected wit in her voice, the impossible feeling of finding a moment of breathable air in the middle of my suffocating life. I have tried, with the same ruthless efficiency I apply to my business, to erase her from my mind. It's the one merger I can't seem to close. She was a single, reckless deviation from a life built on control. And I can't stop thinking about her. The soft chime of my private elevator announces a visitor I didn't summon. The doors slide open, and my half-brother David strolls in, looking immaculate in a navy blazer, not a single hair out of place. He's the picture of effortless success. It's a carefully constructed lie. Brother. He spreads his arms wide, a smug, triumphant grin on his face. There he is, the conquering hero. You look like absolute hell. I don't turn from the window. What do you want, David? To offer my congratulations, of course. He walks over to my bar, his movements proprietary as he inspects my collection of single malts. He pours himself a generous amount of the 25-year-old Macallan I've been saving. A stunning victory, truly. Dad would be impressed, in his own charming, tyrannical way. The mention of our father is a calculated jab. I finally turn, leaning back against the glass. I steeple my fingers, holding his gaze. He'd be telling you to get your feet off the furniture and asking why you're drinking his best scotch. David laughs, a smooth, practiced sound, and takes a deliberate sip. Touché. But this is a celebration, and you, my brother, are long overdue for one, which is why I'm here. He sets the glass down, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned concern. It's his most dangerous mask. You're on the verge of collapse, Scott. The board has noticed. I've noticed. You're running on nothing but fumes and ambition. My performance seems to be adequate. I clip out, my voice flat. Adequate? He scoffs. It's been legendary, but legends burn out. I'm worried about you. You've never been worried about me in your life. Not true. I'm deeply worried about what happens to my inheritance if our CEO has a nervous breakdown in the midst of a shareholder meeting. His honesty is, for a moment, refreshing in its sheer, reptilian self-interest. He softens his expression again. Which is why I took the liberty of arranging a little getaway for you. A gift. I stare at him, my suspicion a cold, hard knot in my stomach. You don't give gifts, David. You set traps. Oh, yeah, of little faith. He pulls his phone from his pocket and slides it across my desk. On the screen is a website for a place called Blackwood Pines Lodge. The pictures show rustic, obscenely luxurious cabins buried in snow-covered mountains. It looks like the end of life as we know it. It's all booked, paid for a week, starting tomorrow. Non-refundable. A private cabin. No reliable cell service. Spotty Wi-Fi at best. Just you, a fireplace, and a whole lot of peace and quiet. Think of it as a mandatory wellness retreat. He has me backed into a corner, and he knows it. He's using my very real exhaustion as the bars of a cage. I'm not going. You are, he counters, his voice losing its silken edge, replaced by something harder. Because if you don't, then my brotherly concern will become a formal motion at the next board meeting. We'll discuss your fitness to lead, your refusal to delegate, your clear signs of burnout. We can talk about a temporary leave of absence. Medically supervised, of course. For the good of the company. He picks up his glass, swirling the amber liquid. Your call, brother. The easy way or the fun way? Checkmate. He's wielded the corporate structure our father built like a weapon, just as he was taught. Arguing is pointless. Resisting is playing into his hand. My only move is a strategic retreat. I push off the window and walk to my desk, picking up his phone and holding it out to him. I let him see the cold fury in my eyes. I want him to know that I see him, that I know exactly what this is. Fine, I say, the word clipped. Send the details to my assistant. His victor's smile returns. That's the spirit. Have a wonderful time. Unplug. Recharge. You've earned it. Get out of my office, David. He downs the rest of my whiskey in one swallow, places the glass on my desk with a soft click, and walks to the elevator. Just before the doors close, he turns back. Oh, and Scott? Try to have some fun. You never know who you might run into at the very end of the world. The next 24 hours are a blur of delegating tasks and packing a bag with clothes I haven't worn in years. The entire time, a single thought runs on a loop in my head. I'm walking into a trap. I just don't know what kind yet. The drive to Blackwood Pines is long. The cityscape of steel and glass slowly gives way to rolling hills, then dense forests, and finally, the sharp, imposing peaks of the mountains. The higher I climb, the more the world seems to fade away. It's the solitude I've been craving, but it feels different when it's been prescribed by my enemy. It feels like an exile. The lodge itself is a masterpiece of rustic architecture, all exposed logs and river stone, nestled in a valley that feels 1,000,000 miles from anywhere. It's beautiful, silent, and completely, utterly isolated. I check in and am led to my private cabin. It's even more secluded than I imagined, set back from the main lodge at the edge of the woods. Inside, a fire is already roaring in a massive stone fireplace. It's the perfect place to disappear. Maybe David inadvertently did me a favor. Maybe this is exactly what I need. A place to silence the ghosts. I stand at the large picture window, looking out at the dense wall of pine trees. My phone has 0 bars. The quiet is absolute. It's just me in the wilderness. Then I see it. A single perfect snowflake drifts down and lands on the glass, melting instantly. It's followed by another, and then another. The sky, which had been a clear, cold gray, is now filling with a soft, silent flurry. The storm they mentioned on the drive up is starting earlier than predicted. I watch as the snow begins to fall faster, the individual flakes blurring into a thick, white curtain, slowly erasing the world. I came here for solitude, a quiet place to lick my wounds and rebuild my walls. But as the snow blankets the landscape, burying the path back to the lodge, the silence begins to feel less like a comfort and more like a cage. The feeling of being watched, of a trap slowly closing, prickles at the back of my neck, and I am utterly, completely alone.
Chapter 6. Highly. The silence of Blackwood Pines is a sanctuary. I'm curled in a ridiculously plush armchair in front of a crackling fire in my cabin, a thick wool blanket tucked around me. Outside the massive picture window, snow falls in a gentle, hypnotic dance, blanketing the world in a pristine layer of white. It's a perfect, peaceful snow globe. And for the very first time in 4 months, the frantic noise in my head has quieted to a hum. My journal is open on my lap. I've been making lists, trying to impose some order on the beautiful chaos that has become my life. Potential names: Noah. Too common? Elias, I like this one. Maya means water in Hebrew, feels right. Amara means grace. My hand instinctively comes to rest on the small, firm curve of my stomach. A life. A whole entire person is in there. A tiny flicker of light that started on the darkest day of my life. This baby is a paradox. A miracle born from a moment of reckless forgetting. I still don't know how to reconcile the two. The ghost of him, the man on the terrace, is here too. A nameless, faceless question mark in the story of my child. Some days, anger simmers just under the surface. Other days, a strange, tender memory of our conversation, of the startling recognition in his eyes, softens the edges of my resolve. But my decision remains unchanged. This is my baby, my journey. I will be enough. I have to be. A sudden craving for peppermint tea, strong and hot, pulls me from my thoughts. The cabin is stocked, but the idea of the main lodge, with its vaulted ceilings and massive fireplace, sounds appealing. A change of scenery. I pull on my boots, wrap a scarf around my neck, and step out into the winter air. The walk to the lodge is short. The snow crunching satisfyingly under my boots. The air is crisp and smells of pine and wood smoke. It feels clean, hopeful. The atmosphere inside the great room is the opposite of that. The calm, quiet luxury from my check-in yesterday is gone, replaced instead by a current of frantic, anxious energy. A handful of other guests are gathered around a large television mounted over the fireplace, their faces etched with worry. I don't see the man who checked me in, but a capable-looking woman with a salt and pepper bun and a no-nonsense expression is talking on a landline behind the front desk, her voice tight. I drift closer to the television, trying to catch the news report. A severe-looking meteorologist is standing in front of a swirling map of red and purple. Upgraded to a historic blizzard, warning for the entire region, he's saying, his tone grim. I cannot overstate this. This is a once-in-a-century weather event. We are predicting multiple feet of snow within the next 12 hours, with whiteout conditions making travel impossible. An uneasy murmur ripples through the small crowd. The lodge manager, I see a name tag that reads, Brenda, hangs up the phone with a sharp click. She claps her hands together, a sound that cuts through the nervous chatter. All right, everyone. May I have your attention, please? Her voice is calm, but carries an unmistakable weight of authority. She waits until all eyes are on her. I've just gotten off the phone with the state police. They are closing the mountain pass and have issued a mandatory evacuation order for the entire Blackwood region, effective immediately. We need everyone to please return to your rooms, pack your essential belongings, and be on the road within the next hour. Panic erupts. The room, which was buzzing with anxiety, now boils over. An hour? But the roads are already getting bad, a man in a ski jacket protests. What about our reservation? We've paid for the full week, another woman complains. Brenda holds up a hand, silencing the room. All charges will be refunded. My staff and I will be the last to leave, but we must insist you get down the mountain now. It is a safety issue. My own heart begins to pound, a slow, heavy drum of dread. I think of the winding, steep road I drove up yesterday, the thought of navigating it now, in worsening snow, with my precious, impossible cargo on board. A cold fear washes over me. I wait for the crowd to disperse, then approach the desk. Excuse me? Brenda? She gives me a tired but kind smile. Yes. Is it really safe to drive right now? In this? I gesture toward the window, where the gentle flurry has visibly thickened into a driving diagonal wall of white. Ma'am, I understand your concern, she says, her professional mask firmly in place. But the alternative is being stranded up here for what could be a week, maybe longer. We'll likely lose power. Emergency services won't be able to get up here. It's far safer to attempt the drive now than to be trapped. And what if some of us prefer to be trapped? The voice comes from my left. It's a low, resonant baritone that cuts through the noise of the room and strikes me like a physical blow. It's a voice I haven't heard in 4 months, but one I have replayed in my dreams 1,000 times. My head whips around, and there he is, the man from the terrace. The ghost. He's standing by the fireplace, one hand resting on the stone mantelpiece. He looks exactly the same, and yet completely different. He's dressed in a simple black cashmere sweater and dark jeans, but he still carries that same formidable, imposing energy. His intense eyes find mine, and for a split second, I see a flicker of shock, a mirroring of the lightning bolt that has just shot through my own system. Brenda turns to him, her expression hardening. Sir, as I said, this is a mandatory evacuation. It's not a suggestion from the hotel. It's an order from the state police. This is private property, he counters, his tone arctic, leaving very little room for argument. I am a paying guest. I am not leaving. His defiance is so absolute, so unshakable, it seems to suck the air out of the room. My mind is racing, a chaotic scramble of shock and disbelief. Him. Of all the people, in all the places in the world, he's here. My decision, which was already forming, solidifies into something hard and certain. The risk of the road is a known quantity. The risk of being stranded with him, that's a different kind of danger entirely. But the baby is what matters. I'm staying too, I say, my voice coming out stronger than I feel. I direct my words to Brenda, refusing to look at him, though I can feel the weight of his stare on me. Brenda's gaze snaps to me, her expression a mix of frustration and pity. Ma'am, with all due respect, I truly cannot advise that. I pull my coat a little tighter around my waist, my fingers trembling. The ice is too dangerous, I whisper, looking anywhere but at him. I can't go out there. I have someone else to protect now. I take a shallow breath and finally meet his eyes. I'm pregnant. I'm staying here. His head turns slowly. I watch as his eyes, dark and unreadable, fix on my abdomen. I see the flicker of confusion, then the dawning, sharp-edged comprehension. I see the mental math happening in real time, the calculation of weeks and months. The fortress of his composure cracks, just for a second, and I see the raw shock beneath. Brenda lets out a long, weary sigh, clearly realizing she's fighting a losing battle. Fine, but you'll both need to sign liability waivers. The lodge is officially closed. My staff and I are leaving. You'll be completely on your own. The next 30 minutes are a blur of frantic activity as the last of the guests and staff clear out. Soon the vast, silent great room is empty. It's just the two of us, standing on opposite sides of the room, separated by a sea of empty space. The only sound is the roar of the wind outside, which has now escalated into a full-blown gale, rattling the windows in their frames. We are alone. We are trapped. He hasn't moved. He's just been watching me, his expression shuttered, impenetrable. The shock I saw has been locked away behind his armor, but the aftershock still ripples in the air. I can feel it. Finally, he pushes off the mantelpiece and takes a slow, deliberate step toward me. Then another. He stops about 10 feet away, his hands shoved into the pockets of his jeans. The silence is deafening. He speaks. His voice a low, dangerous current that slices right through me. It's not a question. It's a verdict. 4 months.
Chapter 7. Scott. 4 months. The words leave my mouth, and they hang between us, heavy and sharp as shattered glass. Outside, the wind howls, a rising, furious shriek that rattles the massive windows of the lodge. Inside, the silence is a vacuum, pulling all the air from my body. She stands across the vast, empty room, her hand resting on her stomach. It's not a deliberate gesture, I don't think. It's a natural, protective instinct. An instinct that sends a wave of cold, black fury through me. My mind is a chaotic engine, firing off calculations, replaying memories. The gala, the terrace, the anonymous, desperate connection in the dark of my hotel room. It was a single night, a deviation, a statistical anomaly that was never supposed to have consequences because, for me, there are no consequences. Not like this. My sterility is the one concrete fact in a life built on the shifting sands of my father's lies. It is the foundation, the bedrock. 4 months. It was exactly 4 months. But it's impossible. Medically, it is a lie. Therefore, she must be a lie, a pawn of David's. The shock that cracked my armor a moment ago is gone, replaced by ice. David sent me here. He knew about the storm. He wanted me trapped, isolated. And her? It can't be a coincidence. It's a setup. A beautifully executed, impossibly cruel trap. I take another step toward her, my hands balling into fists in my pockets. What is this? I keep my tone level. A blade of ice. Some kind of an elaborate shakedown? Her eyes, the same sad, intelligent eyes I haven't been able to forget, widen with disbelief. Then they narrow, the softness hardening into something sharp and flinty. Excuse me? It's a simple question. I keep advancing, closing the distance between us. I need to be in control of this space, of this narrative. How much is my brother paying you? Your brother? She lets out a short, sharp laugh devoid of any humor. It's the sound of shattering glass. I have no idea who your brother is, and you have 5 seconds to take back what you just implied. I'm not taking anything back. The timing is a little too perfect, don't you think? David exiles me to a 5-star prison at the end of it all, and look who just happens to be the only other guest. The woman from the one night I break my own rules. And now you're pregnant. I stop, a few feet from her, letting the accusation hang in the air. It's a hell of a coincidence. I came here to get away from my life, not to ambush yours, she retorts, her voice low and tight with a fury that matches my own. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't shrink away. She lifts her chin, meeting my glare head on. The fact that you are here is my nightmare, not some meticulously crafted plan. Believe me, if I were going to architect a conspiracy, I'd have picked a leading man with a little less breathtaking arrogance. Her words are a slap. A schemer would be crying by now. She's fighting back. It throws me off just for a second. So, you're saying this is mine? I gesture vaguely at her stomach, the words tasting like poison in my mouth. It's a ludicrous, impossible question. I'm not saying anything, she snaps, her hand tightening over her bump. I don't have to. I don't owe you an explanation. That night was anonymous. We both agreed on the terms. The terms are void when you show up 4 months later carrying a secret. It's not a secret, it's my life. A life that, until 10 minutes ago, had absolutely nothing to do with you. You really expect me to believe this is some kind of miracle? The word comes out as a sneer. Frankly, I don't care what you believe. Her voice cracks, just for a moment, revealing the raw hurt beneath the anger. I know what it is, and I know I was going to handle it myself. I was fine by myself. The lights flicker, once, twice. Then, with a low hum and a final apologetic buzz, they die. The entire lodge is plunged into a disorienting absolute darkness. The only light is the angry, flickering orange glow from the massive fireplace at the end of the room. The roar of the blizzard outside intensifies, a living, breathing monster clawing at the walls of our cage. The power is out. The heat will be next. We are well and truly trapped. The argument evaporates, sucked out of the room by the sudden, oppressive silence. All I can hear is the storm, the crackle of the fire, and the sound of my own blood pounding in my ears. In the shifting, demonic light of the fire, her silhouette is a study in defiance. Well, she says, her voice tight with a sarcasm that is both infuriating and impressive. This is cozy. I ignore her, my mind shifting gears from personal crisis to practical survival. We need to find the emergency supplies. Flashlights. Blankets. They're in the staff room behind the front desk, she offers, her tone clipped. Brenda mentioned it before she left. We move in a tense, unspoken truce, navigating the darkened space by the firelight. I find the door and step into the pitch-black room beyond, my phone's flashlight cutting a sharp, sterile beam through the darkness. I find a box of heavy-duty flashlights and a stack of thick wool blankets. When I return to the great room, she's added more logs to the fire, the flames now leaping higher, casting longer, dancing shadows across the cavernous space. She's taken one of the armchairs and dragged it closer to the hearth, a small island in an ocean of darkness. I place the supplies on a heavy oak table nearby. I don't say anything. There's nothing to say. The accusations I hurled at her are still hanging in the air, ugly and unresolved. I take the armchair opposite hers. We sit in silence, two enemies forced into a ceasefire by a common threat. The storm rages. The fire crackles. I watch her. She's staring into the flames, her profile illuminated. She looks exhausted. The fight has drained the color from her face. Her hand, again, rests on her stomach. It's that gesture. That simple, unconscious gesture. It's not for my benefit. It's not part of a performance. It's a pure maternal instinct. And it's a dagger in the heart of my denial. My entire life, my entire identity, is built on a single, unshakable pillar. I cannot have children. It is the source of my pain and the engine of my revenge. It is my truth. If that pillar cracks, the whole fortress I've built around myself comes crashing down, and I will be buried in the rubble. So this has to be a lie, a manipulation, a trap. But as I watch her, a new thought, terrifying and insidious, whispers from the darkest corner of my mind. What if the trap wasn't her? What if the lie was my father? I crush the thought instantly, burying it deep. It's the desperate thinking of a man in an impossible situation. I need to get back on solid ground. I need to reassert control. I need to turn this emotional, chaotic mess back into a problem I can solve. A business transaction. I break the silence, my voice cold, clinical, an echo of the man I was before I walked out onto that terrace 4 months ago. When the storm breaks and the roads are clear, I begin, watching for her reaction. She turns her head, her eyes catching the firelight, wary and defiant. You and I are going to have a very serious conversation. It will involve paternity tests, non-disclosure agreements, and a team of my lawyers. I watch her beautiful face crumble just for a second, the raw hurt flashing in her eyes before she can hide it. Then the hurt is gone, instead replaced by a wall of pure, unadulterated ice that could rival the storm outside. The battle is over. The war has just begun.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
BWWM Romance. Chapter 8. Highly. His words hit me harder than a physical blow. Paternity tests, non-disclosure agreements, a team of my lawyers. The man I met on the terrace, the one with the ghost in his eyes who spoke of slammed doors and finding a place to breathe, is gone. In his place is this stranger, a ruthless, cold-eyed CEO who looks at my child, my miracle, and sees a hostile takeover. The hurt is a flash fire, hot and blinding, but it burns out almost instantly. What's left behind is a cold, hard, clarifying anger. My shock and fear curdle into something solid, something powerful. I was fine on my own. I made a plan. I was going to be enough. I will not be treated like a line item in a corporate negotiation. I get up on my feet, the wool blanket pulling at my ankles. I walk toward him, closing the distance he created, until I'm standing directly in the flickering firelight that illuminates his handsome, cruel face. I see the surprise in his eyes as I approach. He expected me to cry. He expected me to shrink. He has no idea who I am. Lawyers? I keep my voice even, letting the single word hang in the air, weighted with all my contempt. Is that it? Is that the only tool in your box? Something you can't control? Something that doesn't bend to your will? You just try to sue it into submission? His jaw tightens, a flicker of irritation in his otherwise blank expression. It's a tool that works. It simplifies complex situations. Oh, this is simple to you? A laugh, sharp and brittle, escapes me. Let me simplify it for you then. I don't want your money. I wouldn't have your name if you gift-wrapped it for me. I came to this mountain to be alone, to plan a future for my child. A future that, I promise you, is 1,000 times brighter without a cynical, broken man like you in it. Your sudden, unwelcome appearance in my life is a complication I have to endure. Not a lottery ticket I was hoping to cash. So you can take your team of lawyers and your non-disclosure agreements and shove them up your bum. The silence that follows is absolute, broken only by a furious gust of wind rattling the window panes. He is staring at me, his expression unreadable, but I see something new in his eyes. He's reassessing, recalibrating. He's never been spoken to like this before. Good. So you're claiming you won't come after me, he finally says, his tone skeptical, transactional. You'll sign a document to that effect? My God, you really don't hear anything, do you? I'm exasperated, pacing in front of the hearth. I'm not signing a damn thing. I'm not entering into a negotiation with you. There is nothing to negotiate. We are two strangers trapped in a building. That is the beginning and the end of our relationship. When this storm clears, I will walk out of that door, and you will go back to your fortress, and you will never see me again. That is what I want. That's not how this works, he grinds out, taking a step toward me. If there's a possibility, it doesn't just go away because you want it to. It goes away because I am the parent, the only parent, I counter, my hand instinctively flying to my stomach again. I am all this baby needs. We were doing just fine before you reappeared, and we'll be just fine after you're gone. The fire is starting to die down, the warmth in the massive room beginning to recede. The cold is creeping in from the edges, a physical manifestation of the ice between us. The fire needs more wood. I say, my tone shifting to something clipped, practical. I can't stand here and fight with him all night. It's pointless. He's a brick wall. I'll get it, he says, his gaze still locked on me, intense and probing. Fine. I turn away from him, needing to put space between us. I'll see what I can find in the kitchen. I'm assuming your legal team didn't pack us any food. His sharp intake of breath tells me my jab landed. Without another word, he grabs one of the heavy flashlights and heads for a side door that must lead outside to the woodpile. I watch him go, my body thrumming with adrenaline, the sheer audacity of him. I head into the lodge's industrial kitchen, the beam of my own flashlight cutting through the darkness. It's eerie and silent. I find a pantry and rummage through it, finding boxes of crackers, jars of peanut butter, and bottled water, emergency supplies. My hands are shaking, not from fear but from rage. I'm leaning against a stainless steel counter, taking a deep, calming breath when a wave of dizziness and nausea washes over me. The room tilts. I grip the edge of the counter, my knuckles white, closing my eyes and breathing through it. It's been happening more and more lately. Dr. Sharma said it was normal. It doesn't feel normal. The back door to the kitchen creaks open, and he's there, his arms loaded with firewood, snow dusting his dark hair, and the shoulders of his sweater. He stops dead when he sees me, his expression unreadable in the bouncing beam of his flashlight. He must see how pale I am, how tightly I'm gripping the counter. The ruthless CEO vanishes for a split second, replaced by a flicker of something else, something human. Are you all right? The question is clipped, reluctant, as if it's being dragged out of him against his will. My pride bristles. I refuse to show him an ounce of weakness. I'm pregnant, I say, pushing off the counter and straightening my spine, though it costs me. Not dying. I'm fine. I brush past him without another look, carrying my armful of supplies back to the great room. I can feel his eyes on my back the entire way. We spend the next hour in a tense, pointed silence. He builds up the fire until it's roaring again, a bastion of warmth and light against the storm and the darkness. I lay out the crackers and water on the coffee table. We work on opposite sides of the room, 2 soldiers fortifying our positions for a long, cold war. Finally, there's nothing left to do. The lodge is as secure as we can make it. We take our positions, the same armchairs on opposite sides of the hearth. I wrap myself in one of the thick wool blankets. The only sounds are the howl of the blizzard and the spit and crackle of the burning logs. The silence is a physical weight, pressing down on me. I stare into the flames, my mind a maelstrom of fear and anger, and a deep, aching loneliness. He hasn't spoken a word since the kitchen. I assumed he had retreated back into his icy fortress, content to wait for his lawyers to solve his problem. But then his voice cuts through the darkness, and it's different. The anger is gone. The clinical coldness is gone. It's just hollow, empty. Everything is a business deal to you, isn't it? I ask, my voice quiet, cutting through the silence.
Chapter 9. Scott. Her question hovers in the air, a direct challenge to my threat. The honest answer is yes. Deals are clean. They have terms, clauses, and quantifiable outcomes. They can be won. This is a chaotic, emotional variable I have no metric for. My entire life is a fortress built to keep variables like this out. I rise to stand, the inaction, the stillness, becoming unbearable. I need to move, to reclaim the space, to impose some kind of order on the sheer impossibility of this situation. I begin to pace in front of the massive hearth, a caged animal in a cage of my own making. The firelight throws my elongated, restless shadow against the log walls. This isn't a business deal, I finally say, my voice tight with the control I don't feel. This is a hostile environment, and in a hostile environment, You need rules of engagement to ensure survival. I see her track my movement, her eyes narrowed. She doesn't look scared. She looks intrigued, like a scientist observing a particularly volatile and unpredictable specimen. "You want to talk about rules now?" she asks, a note of dry amusement in her tone that sets my teeth on edge. A little late for that, don't you think? You sort of skipped the diplomacy phase and went straight to threatening nuclear war. That was a statement of fact, not a threat, I counter, stopping my pacing to face her. It's the inevitable outcome of this situation, but it is a conversation for another time, another place. A place with lawyers and DNA labs. Not here. I hold up a hand, cutting off her retort. Which brings me to my first rule. We do not talk about the circumstances. It is a non-topic. It is off the table until we are off this mountain. Agreed? I expect her to argue, to fight. Instead, she leans back in her armchair, considering me. She's not intimidated. It's both infuriating, and on some level I refuse to analyze, compelling. Fine, she says after a beat too long. I can agree to that. But I have amendments. This isn't a negotiation. Everything's a negotiation, she fires back, throwing my own worldview in my face. You just said this was about survival. I'm negotiating mine. So, rule number 1 as amended by me. We do not speak of your legal arsenal. Rule number 2. We do not speak of my pregnancy. They are, as you so elegantly put it, non-topics. She pauses, her gaze unwavering. And rule number 3. You will call me by my name. It's Hailey. I'm not you or her or the situation. I'm a person. You will afford me that basic dignity. Agreed? The audacity of her. To be sitting there, in a blizzard, in a lodge she's trapped in with a man who just accused her of extortion, and to be calmly, coolly dictating terms to me. I should shut her down. I should tell her exactly where she can stick her amendments. But it would be a pointless fight, and she knows it. It's a smart, strategic move, and I find myself grudgingly respecting the tactical mind behind it. Fine, I grind out. Hailey. Now, since we're apparently exchanging concessions like heads of state... I lean forward, meeting her gaze with a cold intensity that promises nothing but war. My name is Scott. Scott Tillman. I let the silence hang, expecting her to soften, perhaps even offer a flicker of gratitude. She does neither. Her expression remains perfectly neutral, acknowledging the information without conceding the battle. Now, logistics, I continue, cutting off any possible reply. We need to do a full inventory of the food and water. We'll divide it. 50-50. A small, incredulous smile plays on her lips. Are you serious? You want to draw up a custody agreement for the crackers? I want to know exactly what we have and how long it will last. It's called planning. It's what keeps people from starving to death in a blizzard. And here I was planning on just eating when I'm hungry, she deadpans, her sarcasm a sharp, clean jab. Thank God you're here to introduce advanced concepts like rationing. Someone has to be the adult here, I snap, the words out before I can stop them. Funny, she says, rising from her chair, her movements fluid and deliberate. I was just thinking the same thing. Lead the way to the pantry, General. Let's go count your beans. The kitchen is a maze of stainless steel and deep shadows. The narrow space forces a proximity that feels dangerous, the air thick with our shared animosity. I hold my flashlight beam steady on the pantry shelves while she, Hailey, stands beside me, her own light dancing over cans and boxes. The air is cold enough that I can see my breath. Okay, I say, voice all business. 12 cans of soup, 8 cans of beans, 4 boxes of crackers, 2 jars of peanut butter. A veritable feast, she murmurs, reaching up for a box of tea on the top shelf. She rises onto her toes, her sweater lifting slightly, revealing the curve of her lower back. My eyes fix on the spot for a split second too long. She wobbles, a slight, almost imperceptible loss of balance. My body moves before my brain can object. My hand shoots out, landing on the small of her back to steady her. The contact is a brand. A jolt, hot and sharp, flashes through me, a ghost of the electricity we shared that night. Her back is warm beneath my palm. She freezes instantly, her breath catching. The air crackles, the animosity between us vaporizing, replaced by a raw, undeniable current of awareness. I'm no longer in a cold kitchen during a blizzard. I'm on a terrace, looking into a pair of sad, beautiful eyes. I'm in a dark hotel room, her skin soft under my hands. Her head turns slightly and her gaze meets mine over her shoulder. I see it all reflected there. The shock, the memory, the same dangerous pull I feel. The world narrows to this single point of contact, the single shared catastrophic memory. I snatch my hand back as if I've been burned. I take a half step away, putting distance between us, rebuilding the wall she just effortlessly breached. "Watch yourself," I say, the words coming out harsher than I intend, a crude attempt to cover the lapse in my control. She doesn't respond. She just grabs the box of tea, her movements stiff, and turns away, her face a mask of carefully constructed neutrality. The truce is broken. The rules of engagement have failed. Back in the great room, the silence is heavier than before. We sit in our separate chairs, two islands separated by a sea of darkness and unspoken history. The fire roars, oblivious. My mind is at war with itself. The cold, hard fact of my sterility, the central pillar of my existence, is being battered by the undeniable reality of this woman. Highly. Her strength, her wit, her refusal to be cowed. It doesn't align. The pieces don't fit the narrative of a simple manipulative trap. The thought I've been trying to suppress, the one I buried under layers of anger and suspicion, claws its way back to the surface. What if the lie wasn't her? What if it was my father? I see his face in my mind, the cruel, satisfied smirk he wore when he and the doctor told me my fate. The memory is sour, toxic. I look over at Hailey. She has finally succumbed to the exhaustion of the day, her head tilted to the side, asleep in the chair. The firelight softens the proud lines of her face, making her look younger, more vulnerable. One hand is resting protectively on her stomach, right where my own hand was just a moment ago. She looks peaceful. She looks innocent. She looks real. And a terrifying, world-shattering thought crystallizes in my mind, as cold and sharp as the ice forming on the windows. One of the stories I've been told is a lie. Hers, or my father's. The foundation of my entire world begins to tremble.
Chapter 10. Hailey. I wake up in the armchair to a world of absolute white and absolute silence. For a moment, the only sound is the frantic pounding of my own heart. The fire has died down to a bed of glowing orange embers, and a deep, penetrating cold has settled into the vast room. Outside, the blizzard has buried the world. There is no horizon, no distinction between earth and sky, only a swirling, endless vortex of snow. It's beautiful and terrifying. We are utterly cut off. He's already awake. Scott, I'm letting myself think of him by his name now. A small act of defiance against the anonymity he represents, stands at the massive picture window, his back to me. He's as still as the frozen landscape outside, a dark, imposing silhouette against the pale morning light, a king surveying the ruins of his kingdom. The truce of the night, born from exhaustion and shock, feels fragile in the morning light. The air is ripe with all the words we threw at each other hours ago. My stomach growls, a loud, undignified betrayal of my carefully constructed composure. His shoulders tense slightly. He heard it. Is there a corporate-approved breakfast strategy? I ask, my voice raspy from sleep. Or do we just glare at the peanut butter until it offers itself up as a sacrifice? He turns from the window, his face a mask of cold control. There are no traces of the man who asked about my doctor, no sign of the crack in his denial. The fortress is fully restored. The strategy is to conserve energy and resources, he says, his tone flat, as if he's addressing a subordinate in a boardroom. We eat when it is necessary for survival, not for entertainment. Right. I push the heavy wool blanket off me and rise, stretching the stiffness from my limbs. Fun is officially off the table. I'll add it to our list of rules. His jaw clenches, but he doesn't rise to the bait. He walks to the table where we left the food. He meticulously lays out 4 crackers and places a knife beside the jar of peanut butter. It's a sad, pathetic-looking meal. "This is your portion," he says, gesturing to the plate. I look at the 4 crackers, then back at him. This is a snack, not a meal, and I am very, very hungry. We have no idea how long we're going to be here. We have to ration what we have. I understand the concept of rationing, I say, my patience already wearing thin. But I am also currently in the process of building a human being from scratch. It requires a little more fuel than 4 crackers. I need to eat more than you, whether you choose to believe the reason or not. I watch the war happen on his face. His eyes, cold and assessing, drop to my stomach for a second. I see the rigid logic of his rationing plan collide with the undeniable, inconvenient fact of my pregnancy. He wants to argue. He wants to maintain control. But there is a flicker of something else there, something buried deep, a reluctant, unwilling sense of responsibility. With a barely audible sigh of frustration, he shoves the entire box of crackers toward me. It's a concession, and from the grim look on his face, it feels like it cost him dearly. "Don't eat them all at once," he grumbles, turning his back on me to stalk over to the fireplace and begin the noisy, aggressive work of rebuilding the fire. The day unfolds in a series of these tense, silent negotiations. It's a strange, forced domesticity, a pantomime of a life we are not living. He is obsessed with survival, with control. He spends hours securing the lodge, checking windows, splitting the firewood he brought in last night with a brutal, focused efficiency that is both impressive and unsettling. I focus on my own tasks. I organize our meager supplies in the kitchen, making a neat, ordered camp in the midst of the chaos. I find a first aid kit and check its contents. I melt snow on the hearth for extra water. We move around each other like 2 opposing magnets, sometimes forced into close proximity by the layout of the lodge, repelling each other with a palpable, invisible force. I find a worn deck of cards in a drawer in the great room. I shuffle them, the sound loud in the oppressive quiet. "Feel like a game of gin?" I ask his back while he's prodding the fire. "Or would that fall under the forbidden entertainment category?" He doesn't turn around. I don't play games. "No, I guess you don't," I murmur to myself. "You just start corporate wars and threaten people with lawyers. Much more fun." By late afternoon, the combined effects of the altitude, the stress, and the cracker-based diet hit me. It starts as a low, queasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I try to breathe through it, to will it away. But it keeps rising, a relentless, sickening wave. I need to get to the kitchen, or the bathroom. Anywhere but here, under his watchful, critical gaze. I stand up, my movements slow and deliberate. "I'm just going to get some water." He grunts in acknowledgement, not looking up from the fire. I make it halfway across the room before the world tilts on its axis. The floor seems to drop away from me, and a cold sweat breaks out across my forehead. I stumble, catching myself on the back of a large sofa, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The nausea is overwhelming. I hear a sudden movement behind me, the sound of the fire poker clattering against the stone hearth. "What's wrong?" His voice is sharp, impatient. "Nothing," I manage to choke out, squeezing my eyes shut. "I'm fine." "You're swaying on your feet and you're the color of old parchment." "You're not fine." I hear his footsteps, quick and decisive on the wooden floor. Before I can protest, he is beside me. He doesn't touch me. He just stands there, a tense, formidable presence. Then, a glass of water is being pressed into my hand. My fingers are clumsy as I take it. "Sit down," he commands. It's not a request. "I don't need to." "For God's sake, Hailey, sit down before you pass out." He cuts me off, his voice a rough growl of pure frustration. I have absolutely no interest in figuring out how to handle a medical emergency on top of being trapped in a meteorological apocalypse. So just sit. The raw impatience in his tone is, strangely, what makes it possible for me to obey. He's not being kind. He's being practical. He's treating my pregnancy sickness as a logistical problem, an inconvenient variable in his survival plan. It's an insult, but it's an insult I can accept without sacrificing my pride. I sink onto the sofa, the glass of water trembling in my hands. I take a few small, slow sips. He doesn't retreat. He just stands there, a few feet away, a sentinel in the semi-darkness, watching me. The silence stretches, thick with a new, complicated tension. He showed a flicker of concern, an automatic, unwilling human response, and now he looks furious with himself for doing so. After a few minutes, the nausea begins to recede, leaving me shaky but clear-headed. I finally look up at him. He's still watching me, his expression shuttered and impossible to read. The protector and the prosecutor, all at war behind his eyes. The silence needs to be broken. The truce needs to be tested. "Does it make it harder for you?" I ask, my voice quiet but steady. His brow furrows in confusion. "Does what make what harder?" I look him straight in the eye, refusing to let him off the hook, refusing to let him retreat back to the safety of his cold clinical anger. "Seeing me like this," I clarify, my gaze unwavering. "Does it make it harder to believe that I'm lying?"
Chapter 11. Scott. Sleep, when it finally comes, is not an escape. It's an ambush. The cold of the lodge seeps into my dream, twisting the memory into something sharp and visceral. I'm 16 again. The world is a sterile, washed-out white, not the clean, natural white of the snow outside, but the harsh, unforgiving white of a hospital room. The air smells of bleach and fear. A thin, scratchy gown is clinging to my skin, still weak from the fever that ravaged my body for weeks. My father is there. He isn't sitting. He stands by the window, a towering, impeccable silhouette against the gray city skyline, his back to me. He doesn't need to look at me to fill the room with his suffocating presence. Dr. Bob Collin, a man whose hands always trembled slightly, is perched on the edge of a visitor's chair, a thick manila file clutched in his lap. He refuses to meet my eyes. "The tests are conclusive, Edward," Dr. Collin murmurs, his voice thin, reedy. My father turns, and his face is a hard mask of grim satisfaction. There's no sympathy in his eyes. There never is. "Show him." Dr. Collins slides the file onto my lap. My hands are shaking as I open it. It's filled with medical jargon I don't understand, numbers and charts and cold typed words. But I see the one that matters. It's circled in red ink. Sterile. "What?" My voice is a raw whisper. "What does this mean?" "It means the illness had lasting consequences, son," my father says, his tone devoid of any emotion. He moves over to the bed, looking down at me not with compassion, but with the cool, assessing gaze of a strategist examining a piece on a chessboard. "There will be no heirs from you." He pauses, letting the weight of the verdict settle. In a way, it's a blessing. It frees you from the burden of certain expectations. It clarifies your purpose. His purpose, not mine. The dream shifts. I'm screaming, but no sound is coming out. The white walls of the room are closing in, pressing down on me. Dr. Colin is dissolving into dust. My father is laughing, a silent, hollow sound that echoes in the crushing silence. I wake up with a violent jolt, a strangled gasp tearing from my throat. My heart is a wild animal trying to batter its way out of my chest. A cold, clammy sweat slicks my skin. I'm in the armchair, in the dark, in the lodge. The fire is nothing but a bed of embers. The storm is a low, mournful howl in the distance. The dream clings to me, its phantom limbs wrapped tight around my lungs. My father's words echo in my head. It clarifies your purpose. Her question from hours ago surfaces, the trigger for the nightmare. Does it make it harder to believe I'm lying? I shove the blanket off, my body desperate to escape the suffocating memory. I need a drink. I need the burn of whiskey to sear the ghost of my father from my mind. I get up, my movements unsteady, and head for the kitchen. And then I see her. She's sitting at the massive kitchen island, a dark, still silhouette in the gloom. A single flickering candle illuminates the cup of tea cradled in her hands. She couldn't sleep either. I freeze in the doorway, caught off guard, my defenses down. I feel exposed, the rawness of the nightmare still clinging to me. "You're awake," she says. It's a simple statement of fact, her voice a low, calm current in the oppressive silence. "Just getting some water." I force the words out, my voice rougher than I want it to be as I stride toward the counter, putting my back to her. I need to regain my composure. I can feel her eyes on me. "You were dreaming," she states, not unkindly. "You cried out." The words are a splash of ice water, the last of my control phrase. "I don't need your late-night psychoanalysis," I snap, my hand gripping the edge of the counter, my knuckles white. "It wasn't analysis, Scott. It was a name." She tilts her head, watching the way I flinch at the sound of my own identity. "You kept saying Dr. Colin, over and over like you were pleading with him, or fighting him." "No, you're lying," you said. The air leaves my lungs. I hadn't realized the name had escaped the vault of my subconscious. Hearing it in her voice, a voice that belongs to the present, to the terrace, to the here and now, makes the ghost of that reedy, trembling doctor feel far too real. Then she asks the one question I am completely unprepared to answer. "Are you okay?" The question is quiet. There's no agenda in it, no strategy, just simple, direct human concern. And it's the most dangerous thing she could have possibly said. It slips through the cracks of my armor, a thin, sharp blade of genuine warmth that threatens to shatter the entire fortress. For one insane, terrifying second, I want to tell her. I want to unload the whole toxic, suffocating story. The weight of it, the decades of carrying this lie, or what I've always believed to be the truth, is immense. The temptation to just let it go, to let someone else see the rot I've been hiding, is a physical pull. My mouth opens, and then the training of a lifetime kicks in. The voice of my father, cold and mocking. "Weakness is a liability, son. Emotion is a weapon your enemies will use against you." The walls don't just go back up. They slam into place, forged of ice and fury. I turn to face her, my expression a carefully constructed mask of indifference. "I'm fine," I say, my tone as cold as the air in the room. "And you would be wise not to mistake a moment of restlessness for a weakness you can exploit." I watch the flicker of hurt in her eyes before she masterfully extinguishes it. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, her composure a mirror of my own. When she looks back at me, her gaze is cool, almost pitying. "Right. My mistake," she says, her voice dripping with a soft, lethal sarcasm. "I forgot the rules of engagement forbid basic human decency. Silly of me to think the great Scott Tillman was capable of having a simple nightmare." The tension in the room is a third living entity coiling between us. I am standing there, exposed and furious. She is sitting there, poised and wounded, but refusing to retreat. She has seen a crack in my armor, and I hate her for it. I hate her for making me feel, for a split second, like I wasn't entirely alone. I need to take back control. I pour a glass of water, my movements measured, deliberate. I need to pivot this conversation, to turn this defense into an attack. I turn back to her, leaning against the counter and crossing my arms, a casual posture that is anything but. I hold her gaze, letting the silence stretch until it is taut with unspoken conflict. You never answered my question, I say as a low challenge. Her brow furrows, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. What question? I don't let her look away. I hold her there, pinned by my stare. Dr. Sharma, I say, the name a stone cast into the still dark water between us. Tell me about her. Tell me everything.
Chapter 12. Highly. His demand, tell me everything, hangs in the cold, dark kitchen, an arrow shot point blank. He expects me to crumble, to spill every detail of my life and my doctor's life, so his team of corporate sharks can pick it apart. He expects me to be a hostile witness he can break down on the stand. He has fundamentally misjudged who I am. I take a slow sip of my now lukewarm tea, letting the silence stretch, forcing him to wait. I place the mug down on the steel island with a soft, deliberate click. No, I say, my voice calm and even. His brow furrows, the first sign of a crack in his icy composure. No, I repeat. I will not be debriefed by you. I am not one of your employees, and Dr. Sharma is not a hostile asset you're trying to flip. She is my doctor. She is a kind, respected, and professional woman who delivered a difficult diagnosis to me with compassion, and then, 4 months later, delivered the news of a miracle with joy. That is all the information you are entitled to. This is not a game, Hailey. He says my name like a weapon, a reminder that he holds that piece of me now. Then stop playing it like one, I shoot back, pushing away from the island. You want facts? You want to gather intelligence? Then do what you people do. Have your lawyers send a formal, intimidating request to her office. I'm sure she'll give it all the consideration it deserves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to try and get some sleep. The fate of the free world can apparently wait until morning. I walk out of the kitchen without a backward glance, leaving him standing alone in the darkness. The rest of the night and the following day pass in a state of carefully orchestrated avoidance. The lodge, which at first felt vast, has shrunken around us. Every space is charged with his presence. I can feel him watching me. I see the gears turning behind his eyes every time he looks at me. The cold, ceaseless calculation. We are two generals in a cold war, moving in silent, hostile orbits, communicating only through the clipped, necessary exchanges about the fire or the dwindling food supply. The silence is a pressure cooker. By the afternoon of the second day, I can't stand it anymore. I need a distraction. I need to find a corner of this place that doesn't feel contaminated by his brooding, cynical energy. I wander into a small, book-lined study off the main great room. It's the one room we haven't really used, filled with the scent of old paper and leather. It feels peaceful. Tucked away on a bottom shelf, behind a set of encyclopedias, I find it. A heavy, leather-bound photo album, its cover embossed with the words, Blackwood Pines, Est 1980. Curiosity piqued, I pull it out and settle into a worn armchair by a snow-caked window, as far from the great room and him as I can get. I open the cover. The first page is a black and white photo of a young, smiling couple, arms wrapped around each other, standing in front of a half-built lodge. The subsequent pages tell their story, the story of this place. There are pictures of two children, a boy and a girl, growing up here. Christmases with lopsided trees. Summers spent diving into a lake I can't see under the snow. Birthday parties with messy, cake-smeared faces. It's a tangible history of happiness, a chronicle of a loving, normal family. I trace the faded image of the mother holding her newborn son, a look of pure, unadulterated joy on her face. A sharp, bittersweet pang hits my chest. This is it. This is everything I have ever wanted. A home, a family, a life filled with these small, beautiful, ordinary moments. Nostalgia is a trap. His voice, low and unexpected, slices through my quiet reflection. I jump, my head snapping up. He's standing in the study doorway, watching me, his expression a familiar mask of cynicism. It's just a collection of carefully curated lies people tell themselves about the past, he continues, walking into the room and prowling the bookshelves, his hands in his pockets. I close the album, my brief moment of peace shattered. The spark of the woman from the terrace, the one who wasn't afraid to challenge him, ignites. And I suppose your worldview is the enlightened alternative? I counter, my tone sharper than I intend. A carefully curated collection of reasons to be miserable? He stops his pacing and turns to me, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He's not used to being challenged. It's not misery, it's realism. Look at that book. He gestures to the album in my lap. You see happy families. I see the 50% of marriages that end in divorce. You see smiling children. I see the crushing weight of expectation and generational trauma. That book doesn't show the arguments, the failures, the disappointments. It doesn't have to. I shoot back, my grip tightening on the cool leather. It shows the moments they chose to remember, the joy. Maybe you've just forgotten what that looks like. The jab lands. I see it. A flicker of something raw and wounded in his eyes before he extinguishes it. He takes a step closer. Joy is a fleeting, unreliable emotion, he says, his voice sounding like a low, intense rumble. It's a poor investment. Structure, control, a clearly defined end game. That's what lasts. Is that what you tell yourself inside your, what did you call it? Your fortress? I use his own word against him, and I see him flinch. That sounds less like a fortress, Scott, and more like a prison. There. I've used his name. We are no longer two anonymous people. The playing field has been leveled. He just stares at me. The silence stretching. He doesn't have a comeback. The witty, arrogant CEO is gone. And for a split second, I see the man from the nightmare. The boy in the hospital room. He looks lost. He is seeing me again. The woman who looks at him and doesn't see power or money, but a man drowning in his own pain. He recovers, of course. A sneer curls his lip as he rebuilds the wall, brick by painful brick. You really have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? I challenge softly. He turns away, breaking the connection, and walks out of the study without another word, leaving me with the distinct feeling that I've just won a battle he didn't even know we were fighting. My adrenaline is still humming. My point was made. I look down at the photo album in my lap, needing the comfort of its simple, happy history. I open it again to the page I was on, the picture of the mother and her newborn. I carefully slide the photo from its corner holsters. My fingers brush against the back of the photograph, and I feel the raised, bumpy texture of old ink. On the back, written in a faded, looping script, is an inscription. Our beautiful baby boy, Michael, with the best doctor in the world. So grateful for you. Dr. Bob Collin, 1985. The name doesn't just catch my eye. It screams off the paper. Dr. Bob Collin, the same name Scott had bled out into the silence of the kitchen last night. The name he had accused of lying in his sleep. I look back at the photo, at the smiling woman and the man Scott called a liar, and the connection feels like a tripwire. This wasn't just a doctor from a nightmare. This was a man who was here, at this lodge, when a baby named Michael was born.
Chapter 13. Scott. Her words follow me out of the study, latching onto me like burrs. I stalk back into the great room, the accusation echoing in the cavernous space. A prison. She sees the bars of my cage so clearly. It's an infuriating, unwelcome perception. I've spent my entire adult life cultivating an image of impenetrable strength and absolute control. It's taken her less than a week to see the truth, that my fortress is a jail, and I am both the prisoner and the warden. The restlessness is a fire in my blood. I can't sit still. I can't stare into the flames. I need an objective, a problem to solve, a way to wrestle back control of a narrative that is spiraling into chaos. Her, the pregnancy, the impossible coincidence of Dr. Collins' name in that album. It's all a storm of illogical, emotional variables. I need hard data. I need facts. My gaze lands on the front desk, abandoned in the chaos of the evacuation. An idea, sharp and clear, cuts through my frustration. I'm going to find out how I got here. The real reason. I stride toward the desk, my footsteps loud on the wooden floor. I can feel her watching me from the doorway. "And what's the new mission, General?" she asks, her tone laced with that infuriating, witty sarcasm. "Looking for the corporate bylaws for surviving an apocalypse?" "I'm looking for a way to contact the outside world," I say, not looking at her as I begin to methodically open drawers behind the desk. They're mostly empty. Pens, paper clips, guest folios hastily abandoned. A satellite phone, a shortwave radio, anything. "And when you find this magical portal to civilization, who gets the first call?" she presses, walking closer. "Your lawyers to put a lion on the blizzard for emotional distress?" "My office," I clip out, pulling out a large, leather-bound binder labeled Guest Services. To let them know I'm alive, and to figure out how the hell David knew to send me to a 5-star death trap. "You're really stuck on this conspiracy, aren't you?" She leans against the corner of the desk, crossing her arms. She's not helping, but she's not leaving either. She's observing, analyzing. "You think your brother, what? Seeded the clouds? Paid off God?" "My brother doesn't need to pay off God. He just needs a good weather forecast and a willingness to exploit it." I flip open the binder. It's filled with guest information, alphabetically organized. I find my own name, Tillman Scott. The reservation confirmation is clipped to the page. And that's when I see it. The date the reservation was made, October 28th, 6 weeks ago. A cold dread trickles down my spine. This wasn't a spontaneous gift after the merger closed last week. This was a premeditated move, planned well in advance. My eyes scan the page, my pulse quickening. There in the special requests field is a single chilling line of type. "Guest requires absolute privacy. Please provide the most isolated cabin available. Minimum contact with staff and other guests is preferred." He didn't just send me here. He engineered my complete and total isolation. This was never a vacation. It was a banishment. "What is it?" Hailey asks, her voice losing its sarcastic edge, replaced by genuine curiosity. She must see the look on my face. I don't answer. I'm flipping through the rest of the binder. Tucked into a back pocket is a stack of printed staff memos. I pull them out, my flashlight beam scanning the pages. Most are boring logistical updates. But then I find one, dated 2 days before my arrival. 2. All Blackwood Pines staff. From Brenda M., Lodge Manager. RE, Weekend Weather Advisory. Heads up, team. I've been getting some chatter from the National Weather Service, and they've just released a special advisory. They've suddenly and significantly upgraded the forecast for this coming weekend. What we thought was going to be a minor dusting is now looking like a major, potentially historic storm event. Mountain pass closures are likely. Be prepared for potential early guest departures and the possibility of enacting our emergency closure protocols. The paper trembles in my hand. It all clicks into place with a sickening, horrifying clarity. David booked my exile 6 weeks ago. He requested the most isolated cabin, and he, or someone in his office, would have been tracking the forecast. They knew. They knew a monster storm was coming. They sent me here deliberately, knowing I would be trapped, cut off, and completely alone. This isn't just a petty power play. This feels different. Darker. He didn't just want me out of the office. He wanted me to disappear. "Find what you were looking for?" Hailey asks again, her voice softer now. She takes a step closer, trying to see the papers in my hand. My paranoia, which had been a low hum, now screams to life. This entire situation is a setup, an engineered trap. And she is standing in the middle of it. Is she the bait? A pawn? Or is she a player I've underestimated this entire time? The war inside my head is deafening. The immovable fact of my sterility versus the undeniable evidence of this conspiracy. I turn to face her, the papers clutched in my fist. My voice is quiet, stripped of all emotion, which makes it far more dangerous. My brother booked this trip for me 6 weeks ago. I watch her face, searching for any flicker of recognition, of guilt. I see nothing but confusion. "Okay," she says, her tone cautious. "He specifically requested the most isolated cabin on the property," I continue, my eyes locked on hers. "And this memo proves the lodge management knew a historic storm event was coming 2 days before I even set foot on the mountain." I hold up the papers, the evidence of my brother's treachery. The room is silent except for the howl of the wind and the crackle of the fire. The pieces are all there, all except for one. Her. "This wasn't a vacation, Hailey," I say as a low, intense accusation. "It was a planned disappearance. He knew I'd be trapped here. He wanted me gone." I take a final step, closing the space between us until she has to tilt her head back to look at me. The air is electric with suspicion and distrust. "So you are going to tell me one more time," I demand, my gaze pinning her in place. "What is the real reason you're here?"
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvonRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 14. Hailey. His accusation hangs in the air, thick and poisonous. He believes, with every fiber of his being, that I am a pawn in some twisted corporate game orchestrated by his brother. The sheer breathtaking arrogance of it leaves me speechless for a second. He thinks my life, my body, my child, all revolve around him. Let me see if I have this straight. I begin, my voice dangerously calm. I set the papers he shoved at me down on the desk, refusing to hold on to his so-called evidence. You believe your brother David, whom I have never met, hired me, a woman you had a one-night stand with, to get pregnant with a miracle baby. I was medically informed I had less than a 1% chance of ever conceiving, just to inconvenience you during a historic blizzard that he couldn't possibly have predicted 6 weeks ago. I let the words hang in the air, showcasing their full, unadulterated absurdity. Do you have any idea how insane you sound right now? He stares at me, his cold mask of stone falter, replaced by a flicker of confusion and deep, profound shock in his eyes. The mention of the 1% chance clearly hits him like a physical blow. He is someone who deals in facts and data, and my summary has just laid bare the gaping holes in his logic. He recovers quickly, the uncertainty hardening back into his default arrogance. He knew the storm was coming, he grinds out, clinging to the one piece he thinks is solid. He knew a storm was possible, I shoot back. That memo said it was an advisory, an upgrade. It didn't say the world is ending. Trap my brother with the pregnant woman. I booked my trip online with my own credit card because I needed to get away and plan my future. I'm a freelance editor, Scott, not a corporate spy. The only grand conspiracy here is the one you frantically constructed in your head because you cannot accept that something has happened in your life that you didn't personally control. You don't know my brother, he says, his voice becoming a low warning. And you don't know me, I counter, my voice rising with a frustration so deep it aches. You don't know anything about me, but you've stood there and called me a liar, a schemer, and a gold digger, and I am done with it. I'm about to turn, to walk away, to put as much space between us as this gilded cage will allow, when a sound from above us stops me cold. It's a low, groaning, wrenching sound, the agonizing noise of ancient timber straining under an impossible weight. We both freeze, our heads snapping up toward the vaulted ceiling. A fine powder of ancient dust and plaster drifts down, catching the firelight like malevolent snowflakes. What was that? I whisper, the anger between us instantly forgotten, replaced by a much more primal fear. As if in answer, a dark, ugly stain appears on the heavy oak planks of the ceiling. It's small at first, then it blossoms, spreading like a disease, and then a single drop of water detaches itself, falling with an unnervingly loud plip onto the expensive Persian rug between us. It's followed by another, and another. The storm has found a way in. Move, he barks. The single word cutting through my shock. The brooding, paranoid CEO is gone, replaced now by a man of pure, decisive action. We need to get this furniture out from under it. Now. He doesn't wait for my agreement. He grabs one end of the heavy, ornate sofa we're standing near. I automatically move to the other. I've got it, he grunts, trying to take the full weight himself. I'm pregnant, not made of glass, I say, straining with the effort. On 3, 1, 2, 3. We heave together, sliding the massive piece of furniture across the floor, away from the steadily increasing drip. Drip, drip. The shared effort, the shared goal, is a strange, jarring shift in our dynamic. We need buckets, he says, already scanning the room. Anything that will hold water. The ice buckets from the bar, I say, already moving. And those big decorative planter pots. Good thinking. The words are a grudging compliment, a brief, startling acknowledgement of my competence. For the next hour, we are not enemies. We are a team. We work with a strange, unspoken efficiency, a chaotic but effective ballet. He has the brute strength, effortlessly moving heavy tables and chairs that I can only shove. But I am the one who thinks to line the pots with trash bags from the kitchen, to make them waterproof. The one who finds a roll of duct tape in a utility closet to patch a smaller leak we discover near the window. He sees my resourcefulness. I see his unwavering focus under pressure. He doesn't panic. He assesses. He acts. He is, I realize with a jolt, a natural leader. A man completely at home in a crisis. Finally, the immediate danger is contained. A small collection of pots, buckets, and even a large crystal punch bowl are arranged on the floor, catching the steady, rhythmic drips from the ceiling. The sound is a constant watery reminder of our shared vulnerability, of the thinness of the walls, separating us from the fury of the storm. We are both breathing heavily, our clothes damp and streaked with dust. We stand side by side, surveying our handiwork. The adrenaline begins to fade, leaving a strange quiet in its wake. The animosity, the suspicion, It's all been temporarily burned away by the shared crisis. He's the one who breaks the silence, his voice rough with exertion. "You're efficient." I turn to look at him. His hair is a mess. A dark smudge of dirt is on his cheek, and the sleeves of his expensive cashmere sweater are pushed up to his elbows. He looks less like a CEO and more like a man. It's a startling improvement. A small, tired smile touches my lips. "You're not so bad yourself," I admit. "For a tyrant." The corner of his mouth twitches. It's not a smile, not quite, but it's the closest I've seen. "It's called leadership." "Right," I say, unable to resist. And here I thought it was just called being incredibly bossy. He actually huffs out a breath that could almost be a laugh. The sound is so unexpected, it startles me. We stand there for a moment in this new, fragile truce. The tension is still there, but its character has changed. It's no longer just hostile. It's something more complex, more aware. The silence feels different now, less heavy. To fill it, I find myself drifting back into the study, back to the small comfort I found there earlier. I retrieve the photo album, the object that started our last fight, and bring it back to the fire. I sink into one of the armchairs, the one that's still dry. He watches me, but he doesn't say anything. He just takes the opposite chair, his long legs stretched out toward the hearth. I open the album again, the images of a happy, normal family, feeling even more poignant now. I turn a few pages, the silence comfortable for the first time since we were trapped. Then, my eyes land on it again. The photo, the smiling mother, the newborn baby, and the kind-faced doctor. An idea, reckless and bold, takes root. I need to break the stalemate. I need to know if that crack in his armor is real. I sit up, my heart starting to pound a slow, steady rhythm. I turn the heavy album around, holding it out so he can see the picture I'm looking at. "Speaking of things that don't make sense," I say, my voice quiet but clear, cutting through the sound of the storm and the dripping water. I tap my finger on the faded, handwritten inscription below the image. "Care to explain why the doctor from your nightmare is holding a baby in a 30-year-old photo from this exact lodge?" Chapter 15. Highly. His shock is a raw, gaping wound. He snatches the photo album from my hands, his movements jerky, uncoordinated. He stares down at the picture, at the faded image of the doctor from his past, his face a mask of pale, stunned disbelief. The cynical, untouchable CEO I've been sparring with for days is gone, replaced by the haunted 16-year-old boy from his nightmare. "Where did you find this?" His voice is a rough, strangled thing, completely devoid of its usual Arctic authority. "In the study," I say softly, watching him. "It seems your past has a timeshare here." This means nothing. He snaps the album shut with a loud crack that makes me jump. He shoves it onto the table as if it's contaminated. It's a coincidence, a meaningless statistical anomaly. He's talking to himself more than to me, trying to rebuild the walls of his reality with frantic, desperate denials. "There are coincidences," I say, my voice steady. "And then there is the universe grabbing you by the shoulders and screaming in your face. This feels a lot more like the second one." "The universe doesn't scream," he bites back, turning on me, his eyes wild with a caged, panicked fury. "It's just random, chaotic data, and this is a piece of data that doesn't fit the equation. Maybe your equation is wrong." Before he can formulate a response, a sharp, searing pain slices through my lower abdomen. It's not like the dull aches or the morning sickness. This is a hot, vicious cramp that steals my breath and makes the entire room swim in a dizzying, terrifying blur. A small gasp escapes my lips. My hand flies to my stomach, my fingers pressing into the small hard bump as if I can physically hold my baby in place, keep it safe. All the witty retorts, all the sarcastic armor, all the carefully constructed strength, it all dissolves into pure primal fear. No, not now. Please, not now. Hailey? His voice cuts through the fog of my panic, sharp and laced with an unfamiliar alarm. What is it? What's wrong? I can't answer. I can only shake my head, trying to breathe through the pain, trying to stave off the blackness that's creeping in at the edges of my vision. The fear is a physical thing, a cold metallic taste in my mouth. My baby, my miracle. He's in front of me in an instant. There is no hesitation. The cold, calculating man is gone. The cynical accuser is gone. The man kneeling before me now is just as pale, just as terrified as I am. His eyes, wide with a fear that mirrors my own, are locked on my face. Tell me what to do, he says, his voice urgent, stripped of everything but raw panic. What do you need? I don't know. I manage to whisper, the words trembling. It hurts. Tears are streaming down my face now, hot and silent. I'm not even aware I'm crying. All I can focus on is the cramping, the terrifying possibility that my 1% chance, my 1 in a million miracle, is slipping away in this isolated snowbound prison. Okay. He's talking to himself, trying to regain control. He gently takes my shoulders, his grip firm and steadying, and helps me lean back against the cushions of the armchair. Just breathe. Can you do that? Just breathe with me. He's kneeling on the floor, his face level with mine, and then his gaze drops to my stomach, to my white-knuckled hand pressed against the life I'm so terrified of losing. His own hand lifts, hesitant for a minute before instinct, primal and immediate, takes over. He places his hand on my stomach right next to mine. His palm is large and warm, a solid grounding presence against the turbulent fear inside me. It's not a romantic gesture. It's not even a tender one. It's a desperate, instinctive need to connect, to shield, to feel. The world narrows to the heat of his hand. The sharp cramp begins to subside, easing its vicious grip, softening into a dull, throbbing ache. We are frozen in this impossible tableau. The two of us, kneeling and sitting in the flickering firelight, our hands joined over my womb, the howling of the blizzard, a distant, faded roar. And then it happens. A small, distinct, unmistakable flutter, a tiny rolling movement from deep inside me, directly against both of our palms. It's not a kick. It's a gentle somersault, a quiet announcement of presence, the first time I have felt it so clearly. I gasp, a sharp intake of breath that is equal parts shock and overwhelming relief. My eyes fly to his. He doesn't feel the movement, but he feels me. He feels the way my heart hitches. He sees the way the color drains from my face and then rushes back in a feverish bloom. He watches my eyes, which are no longer looking at him, but looking inward, focused on something he can't see but can suddenly, terrifyingly sense. I see the shift on his face, the utter, profound shock as he reads the transformation in my expression. He recognizes that look, the look of a woman who has just been spoken to from the inside. In that one shared miraculous moment, the war between us stops. The rules of engagement, the accusations, the lies, the lawyers, it all evaporates. We are not enemies. We are not a CEO and a freelance editor. We are just two people. And he is watching me realize that the baby is not a situation anymore. It is not a circumstance or a complication. It is real. And he can see that I know it. He pulls his hand back slowly as if the heat of my skin has burned him. His gaze still locked on the place where his hand had been. The damage to his fortress is done. The walls haven't just been breached. They've been utterly demolished by a reaction he can't explain away as theater. He looks up at me, his face a wreck of confusion, fear, and an emotion I cannot yet name. The man I am looking at now is a stranger, stripped of all his armor, all his certainty. He is witnessing a truth he can no longer categorize as a lie. The silence is thick with this new fragile reality. The immediate crisis has passed, but the aftershock is a tectonic shift that has permanently altered the landscape between us. I break the silence, my voice barely a whisper, asking the only question that matters now. Now, do you believe me?
Chapter 16. Scott. Her question lingers in the air, a quiet, devastating counterpoint to the howling of the storm. Now, do you believe me? I can't answer. I can't speak. My mind is a whiteout, a chaotic swirl of competing realities. For my entire adult life, I have operated on a single, immutable truth. I am sterile. It is the cornerstone of my identity, the engine of my revenge, the bars of my self-imposed prison. It is the one thing my father gave me that I twisted into a weapon against him. But I felt it. A flutter. A tiny, defiant ripple of life under my own palm. A biological impossibility. A ghost in the machine. It was a single, definitive piece of data that invalidates my entire operating system. The foundation of my world hasn't just cracked. It has been pulverized. I pull back my hand, my fingers tingling with a phantom sensation. I get to my feet, my movements stiff, robotic. I need distance. I need a wall to put between me and the raw, terrifying vulnerability of that moment. I turn my back on her and walk to the massive window, staring out into the storm, but I don't see the snow. I see my father's cold, triumphant smirk. I hear Dr. Collins' trembling, reedy voice. The tests are conclusive. Sterile. A lie. The thought is a heresy. A betrayal of the central vow of my life. And yet, the physical proof is sitting right behind me, her breathing soft in the sudden, heavy silence of the room. The woman my paranoia painted as a corporate spy, a honey trap sent by my brother. But that's not who I'm seeing anymore. I start to truly look at her, not as a variable in an equation, but as a person. I see the faint, bluish shadows of exhaustion under her eyes. I see the way she nervously twists a loose thread on the wool blanket draped over her knees. I see the fierce, quiet strength in the set of her jaw, a mirror of the resilience she's shown me since the moment we were trapped. I see a tired, scared, and impossibly brave woman who's preparing to raise a child by herself. The intricate Machiavellian schemer I invented simply doesn't square with the woman sitting by the fire. The silence stretches, thick with this new, fragile reality. She doesn't press me for an answer. She gives me the space to grapple with the wreckage of my own certainty. That small act of grace is more disarming than any argument she could have made. I'm the one who finally breaks the silence. The question that comes out is not the one I expect. It's quiet, rough, dragged from a place of genuine, unwilling curiosity. Were you scared? I see her stir in the reflection on the dark glass. A long moment passes before she answers. When? I turn from the window to face her. When they told you, I clarify, the words feeling foreign in my mouth. The 1%. I'm asking about her, but the question is for me. I'm trying to understand the landscape of a reality I've never had to navigate. She looks down at her hands, her expression becoming distant, lost in the memory. Scared isn't the right word, she says, her voice a low murmur. It was a quiet apocalypse. It felt like my future had been stolen. Like I was standing at a doorway to a life I had always planned for, and someone just bricked it up in front of me. All that was left was to turn around and walk away from it. Her words hit me like a physical blow. A future stolen. A doorway bricked up. It's the exact language of my own prison. She's describing the very wound I've carried since I was 16 years old. We are two sides of the same counterfeit coin. She was grieving a life she believed she could never have, and I was building an empire on the lie that I was free from one. "And now?" I ask, my voice sounding rougher than before. "Are you scared now?" She looks up and her eyes are clear, a deep, startling brown in the firelight. "Terrified," she admits without hesitation. "Every single second. But it's a different kind of fear." She pauses, searching for the words. "It's not the fear of something being taken away anymore. It's the fear of having so much to lose." Her hand comes to rest on her stomach, and this time, the gesture isn't just a protective instinct. It's a statement of fact, a declaration of love. We sit in that shared understanding, the bickering and the animosity replaced by a heavy, profound quiet. The truce isn't uneasy anymore. It's something real, something resonant. The anger I've been clinging to, my shield and my weapon, feels flimsy and useless in the face of her quiet, terrified joy. The picture of the two of us is starting to come into focus. David's plot to strand me here was real, but she's not a part of it. She's just like me, a pawn on a board we didn't know we were playing on. But the other piece of data still doesn't fit. The doctor. I walk over to the table where the photo album sits, a silent, leather-bound witness to all of this. I pick it up, the weight of it familiar now. I open it to the page, to the picture of a smiling family and a ghost from my past. My back is to her. I can feel her watching me, her questions still hanging unanswered. I will not give her the answer she wants. Not yet. Because the truth is, I don't have it. My own reality is a lie, and I'm only just beginning to unravel the threads. I speak to the room, to the storm, to the ghost in the photograph, my voice low and heavy with the weight of a dawning, horrifying realization. My father knew the family who built this lodge. I hear her sharp intake of breath. He had business with them years ago, I continue, the pieces of a puzzle I never knew existed slotting into place in my mind, forming a picture I don't want to see. He used to bring me up here on fishing trips when I was a boy. I finally turn to face her, my expression grim, my eyes locked on hers. To see Dr. Colin.
Chapter 17. Highly. His words drop into the silence of the room, and the world tilts. He used to bring me up here to see Dr. Colin. The disparate, chaotic threads of the last few days. His nightmare, his obsession with his sterility, his brother's treachery, this specific lodge, suddenly braid together into a single terrifying rope, a rope that stretches back decades. I stare at him, at the raw, haunted look on his face, and the last of my anger toward him dissolves, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. The conspiracy he's been chasing is real. He was just pointing his finger at the wrong villain. To see him, professionally, I ask, my voice barely a whisper. As a doctor, he gives a short, bitter laugh. The sound sharp and broken. He walks away from the photo album as if it's radioactive, pacing back to the massive window to stare out at the unceasing storm. He was our family doctor for years. My father trusted him, more than he trusted anyone. The way he says the word trusted makes it sound like a curse. I watch his rigid posture, the tension radiating from his shoulders. He is a man staring into the abyss of his own past. I see him, truly see him for the first time. Not as the arrogant CEO or the cruel accuser. I see a boy who was wounded so deeply, he built a fortress around the scar and called it a life. A question, direct and dangerous, forms on my lips. Scott, what did your father and Dr. Colin do to you? He flinches, a barely perceptible tightening of his shoulders. It's the only answer I get. He doesn't turn. He doesn't speak. He just retreats further into the cold, silent prison he's built for himself. The drawbridge is up. The gates are locked. I could leave him there. I could retreat to my own corner, to the safety of our Cold War. It would be easier, but looking at his back, at the profound, crushing loneliness that radiates from him, I recognize it. It's the same loneliness I felt in Dr. Sharma's office. It's the loneliness of a future that has been stolen from you, and I realize, with a sudden, startling clarity, that if I ever want him to let me into his story, I have to be brave enough to let him into mine. It's a gamble. It's offering a piece of my soul to a man who, just yesterday, was threatening to destroy me with lawyers. But the dynamic has shifted. We're not on opposite sides of a battlefield anymore. We're two prisoners, trapped in the same cell, realizing we might have been locked up by the same warden. I wait. I let the quiet of the evening settle around us. The only sounds the howl of the wind and the rhythmic drip, drip of the water from the leaking roof. The fire casts a warm, intimate glow over the room. It feels like a confessional. You asked me before if I was scared. I begin, my voice soft, pulling him from his dark reverie. He turns from the window, his expression guarded, wary. I didn't tell you the whole story. I take a breath. The words feeling heavy, precious. The day of the gala, the day we met, I was coming from my doctor's office. I had just been diagnosed with premature ovarian insufficiency. I watch him, seeing the name of the condition register, though he doesn't understand its full meaning. It means my body. It was shutting down that part of itself. Decades too early. I tell him everything. I don't cry. I don't ask for pity. I just state the facts, my voice a low, steady murmur in the quiet room. I tell him about the statistics, the low probability, the high chance of early menopause. I use the same phrase I used with him on the terrace, the words that now feel like a prophecy. It felt like a door had slammed shut in my face. I say, my gaze fixed on the fire. A door to a life I had always assumed would be mine. And there was no other key. Dr. Sharma called it a quiet apocalypse. And that's what it was. My own private, silent end of the world. I risk a glance at him. He hasn't moved. He's completely still, his entire being focused on me, listening with an unnerving, absolute intensity. The cynical mask is gone. The anger is gone. He is just listening. So when I went out that night, I continue, the admission costing me a piece of my pride. It was to riot. To have one night where I wasn't the broken woman from the doctor's office. One night to feel something other than grief. I didn't plan to meet anyone. I certainly didn't plan for us. The memory of that night hangs in the air, almost a tangible thing. It was a night of shared, anonymous pain. I just never knew how deep his ran. I'm not telling you this, so you'll believe me about the baby, I say, finally getting to the heart of it, making sure my voice is clear, unwavering. I'm not asking you to take my word over the lie you've been living for your entire life. I am telling you this so you understand. So you understand that for me, this child is not a complication. It is not a negotiation or a line item in a legal document. I meet his gaze and I hold it, pouring all the fierce, protective love I have for my child into my stare. This baby is a statistical impossibility, a 1 in a million shot, a miracle. And that is my reality, Scott. It is the only reality I am operating on, and whether you are a part of it or not, it will be enough. I finish, and the silence that fills the room is different. It's not a hostile silence. It's a heavy, thoughtful quiet, filled with the weight of my truth. He stands there for a long time, his expression unreadable. He's processing, connecting the dots of my story, comparing them to the wreckage of his own. He doesn't say, I believe you. He doesn't say anything. Instead, he nears the woodpile and carefully places another heavy log on the fire. the flames leaping up to greet it, casting a brighter, warmer glow across the room. It's a simple domestic act, an act of care. He walks past my chair and gives the box of crackers a small nudge, pushing it closer to me. A silent acknowledgement of my needs, a small, unspoken apology. I study him, and I see that the suspicion in his eyes is finally gone. It's been replaced by a deep, searching, and profound confusion. The wall between us hasn't just been breached. It's been dismantled, brick by painful brick, leaving us standing in the vulnerable, terrifying rubble. He finally breaks the silence, his voice low and rough with an emotion I can't quite place. He doesn't look at me, but at the fire. He's asking a question about my story, but I know he's really asking about his own. "This Dr. Sharma," he begins, the name sounding strange and clinical in his mouth. "When she told you the diagnosis, did she run tests, blood work, ultrasounds?" "Of course," I whisper. "Extensive ones?" He turns his head then, and his eyes lock on mine. They are filled with a raw, desperate need that makes my heart ache. The question he asks next is not about me, or the baby, or even about us. It's about him. It's about everything. "What does it take," he asks, his voice barely a whisper, "to prove something is real?"
Chapter 18. Scott. My question is a lit match tossed into the powder keg of my life. My entire world is built on a single concrete proof, a medical file, a doctor's signature, a father's word. A proof that has, over the past few days, begun to feel as thin and brittle as ancient paper. I look at her, really look at her, in the warm, flickering light of the fire. The story she just told me, the quiet apocalypse of her diagnosis, and the impossible miracle of her pregnancy, doesn't have the ring of a performance. There's no agenda in her exhaustion, no strategy in the way her hand rests unconsciously on her stomach. Her reality is a solid, tangible thing. It's my own that suddenly feels like a ghost story. She must see the war on my face, because her expression softens with something that looks dangerously like understanding. "Proof," she answers my question for me, her voice a quiet murmur. "Data, test results, the same things you build empires on. You just have to be willing to look at them." Her words are a quiet indictment of my entire life. I've built an empire on a single, unverified piece of data given to me by a man who specialized in manipulation. I've never questioned it. I've never run a new test. I've never been willing to look. I need to get out of this room. I need space to think, away from her perceptive, all-too-knowing gaze. "I need some air," I say, the words clipped. "It's a blizzard," she points out, her tone dry. "Then I'll stand on the porch." I grab my coat and step outside. The cold is a physical blow, a shock to the system that is almost a relief. The wind whips snow into my face, sharp and biting. The world is an abyss of white and howling darkness. I stand there, letting the cold seep into my bones, trying to numb the chaos in my head. The narrative I constructed about her, the gold-digging schemer sent by David, is in ruins. It was a flimsy shield, and her quiet, dignified truth has shattered it. The pieces simply don't fit. Her fierce independence, her sarcastic wit that is so much like the woman on the terrace I couldn't forget, her refusal to be intimidated, none of it aligns with the character of a simple grifter. So if she isn't the lie, the thought I've been fighting, the one I've been crushing every time it surfaces, comes back with a vengeance. What if the lie was my father? I close my eyes and the memory of the hospital room from my nightmare returns. But this time, I'm not a terrified 16-year-old. I'm a 34-year-old man, a CEO trained to spot tells, to read a room, to identify a lie. And I see it all so clearly now. Dr. Bob Collins' trembling hands, his refusal to meet my gaze. He didn't look like a doctor delivering a difficult diagnosis. He looked like a man confessing to a crime. And my father, the look on his face wasn't sympathy. It was satisfaction. The grim, satisfied look of a king who has just successfully neutralized a threat to his throne. An heir he couldn't control, a bloodline that might deviate from his master plan. That was the ultimate threat. A son who believed he could never have an heir? A son whose only purpose was now to run the empire and let the family name die with him? That wasn't a son. That was a tool. A perfectly crafted, sterile, manageable tool. It all makes a sickening kind of sense. It's the most elegant, cruel, and profoundly effective lie he could have possibly told. He didn't just control my future. He redefined my very being, my core identity, with a single forged document. The foundation of my life, the bedrock of my revenge, cracks. The vow I made at his grave, the one that has driven my every action, suddenly feels like the final turn of a key in a lock he built himself. My entire life has been a prison, and I've been congratulating myself on my skill at pacing the cell. After what feels like an eternity, the numbing cold finally drives me back inside. I shrug off my snow-covered coat and hang it by the door. Hailey is in the study, curled up in the armchair, the photo album open in her lap again. "Still looking for ghosts?" I ask, my voice rougher than I intend. The anger is gone, now replaced by a raw, hollow uncertainty. She looks up, her expression wary. "Just passing the time. It's better than watching you try to wear a trench in the floorboards." "I'm processing new data," I say, walking over to the fireplace to warm my hands. "And what's the quarterly report on that?" she asks, a flicker of her old witty defiance in her tone. "Are your emotional profits trending up or down?" The corner of my mouth almost quirks up. "They're in a period of extreme volatility." "A market crash, huh?" "More like a hostile takeover," I murmur, staring into the flames. We fall into a new kind of silence. It's not the angry, oppressive quiet from before. It's something more contemplative. She is no longer my enemy. She is the catalyst, the unintended variable that has thrown my entire corrupted equation into chaos. I look at her, truly look at her again. I see the gentle curve of her cheek, the intelligence in her dark eyes as she scans the old photographs, the way she absently smooths a hand over her stomach. And I feel a terrifying, unfamiliar emotion unfurl in my chest. It's not just reluctant concern anymore. It's protective. A primal, instinctive urge to shield her, to shield this tiny, impossible life from the toxic wreckage of my own family. She is the one real thing in this whole damn mess, and I've treated her like the enemy. The need for absolute, verifiable truth is a physical hunger. I can't operate on assumptions anymore, not hers and certainly not my father's. I need proof. I need data. I turn from the fire, my purpose solidifying into a clear, sharp point. I walk over to the front desk, to the spot where Brenda, the manager, left a stack of emergency equipment. I see it, half hidden under a pile of blankets. The satellite phone. A bulky, ugly piece of plastic that is now the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. My one and only link to the world. My one and only path to the truth. I pick it up, its weight solid and real in my hand. "What are you doing?" Hailey's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She's standing in the doorway of the study, watching me, her expression a mixture of curiosity and caution. I turn to face her, the heavy phone in my hand. The war is over. The hunt has just begun. My gaze is steady, my voice is low, and it is completely devoid of anger or accusation. It is filled with a grim, cold, and absolute resolve. I hold up the phone, a silent promise. I'm going to find out what it takes to prove something is real.
Chapter 19. Hailey. The world has shrunk to the size of this lodge. It's been another day, or another two. I'm losing track. Time has become a thick, syrupy thing, measured not in hours, but in the number of logs Scott adds to the fire and the dwindling number of crackers in the box. The blizzard doesn't rage anymore. It has settled into a relentless, suffocating siege, dumping an endless supply of silent, heavy snow that has buried us completely. The windows are just pale, glowing rectangles of white. We are living at the bottom of an ocean of snow. Scott has become a man obsessed. His entire existence now revolves around the bulky, useless satellite phone. He spends hours standing in different corners of the great room, holding it up like a religious offering to a silent God, his expression a grim mask of concentration. Nothing. The storm is too thick. The universe, it seems, has put him on hold. His failed attempts to connect with the outside world are punctuated by long periods of restless, agitated pacing. He's a caged panther, all coiled energy and simmering frustration. The Cold War between us has thawed into something far more complicated and in many ways more exhausting. We are no longer direct enemies. We are two cellmates who have realized they were framed by the same person. It doesn't make us friends. It just makes the silence heavier. I'm in the kitchen, conducting another grim inventory of our remaining supplies. The picture is not good. We are down to one sleeve of crackers, the dregs of a jar of peanut butter, and a handful of tea bags. "We have a problem," I call out to the main room. I hear his pacing stop. He appears in the doorway, the useless satellite phone still clutched in his hand. He looks tired. The shadows under his eyes are darker, and the sharp, clean lines of his face seem etched with a deep, weary tension. "I'm aware of several," he says, his tone dry. "You'll have to be more specific." Our food supply is about to be reclassified as a light snack. I gesture to the pathetic collection on the counter. This is it. Unless you're secretly a hunter-gatherer, with a working knowledge of which Arctic roots are edible, we're going to be very hungry, very soon. He walks over, his gaze sweeping over the meager rations. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture of pure, unadulterated frustration. We'll cut the portions again. If I cut my portions any further, I'll be eating my own hand for dinner, I retort, my own frayed nerves snapping. I don't know if you've forgotten, but I am building a person. It's an energy-intensive process. I cannot survive on a diet of your leftover spite and 2 crackers a day. And you think I can? He shoots back, his eyes flashing with a familiar, angry fire. This isn't a choice, Hailey. It's math. Basic, brutal, inescapable math. What we have is what we have. Well, your math is about to meet my biology, and I guarantee you my biology will win. I say, crossing my arms. She's a fighter. The word hangs in the air. She. It slipped out. The first time I've given the baby a pronoun out loud. Scott's expression flickers. The anger in his eyes softens for a moment, replaced by something unreadable, something vulnerable. He turns away, breaking the intensity of the moment, and begins to search the cupboards with a renewed, frantic energy. There has to be something else, he mutters, more to himself than to me. A storeroom, an emergency supply cache the staff didn't mention. I've looked, I say, leaning against the counter, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. Brenda and her team were thorough. This is it. He doesn't listen. He continues his search, his movements sharp, efficient, and ultimately fruitless. He believes that if he just pushes hard enough, the world will bend to his will. It's painful to watch him realize that this time, it won't. I watch him, sensing the baby move inside me, a soft rolling flutter. It's becoming more frequent now, a constant secret conversation. I absently place a hand on my stomach, a familiar gesture of comfort and connection. He finally stops his search, slumping against the far counter with a sigh of defeat. He sees me, one hand on my stomach, and his agitated energy stills. He just watches me, his gaze intense, curious. The silence stretches. Does it do that often? He asks, his voice different. The anger and frustration are gone. It's quiet, genuinely inquisitive. The question startles me. It's the first time he's asked about the baby as anything other than a problem to be solved. Lately, yes, I say, my voice softer than I intend. It's like there's a tiny acrobat in there, practicing their routine. What does it feel like? He asks, his gaze fixed on my hand, on the slight curve of my stomach. The question is so unexpected, so intimate, it takes my breath away. He is asking to be let in, just for a moment, to a world he has only ever viewed from the outside. I think for a moment, trying to find the right words. It feels, I start, my eyes drifting to the snow-covered window. Like hope, like tiny secret bubbles of it, rising up in the dark. It's a reminder that I'm not really alone in here. The moment is fragile. A thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. The air is full of unspoken things. I have offered him a glimpse into my reality, and he has, for a moment, accepted it. I see the longing in his eyes, the deep, aching loneliness of a man who's never allowed himself to feel anything like hope. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, the moment is gone. He pushes off the counter, the mask of the cold, efficient CEO slamming back into place. The vulnerability is locked away. We should conserve the candles, he says, his tone all business. Only use one at a time. He walks out of the kitchen without another word, leaving me with the lingering warmth of our brief, fragile connection and the cold reality of the wall he just rebuilt between us. I stay there for a long time, my hand on my stomach, listening to the silence of the lodge. The pressure of our confinement, of the dwindling supplies, of the unceasing storm is immense. We are both running on fumes, our emotions heightened, our defenses worn thin. We are going to break. It's just a matter of when. Later, I'm in the great room, huddled under a blanket, watching him. He's back at his post by the window, the satellite phone in his hand, a monument to failed attempts. He looks defeated. The man who commands boardrooms and orchestrates billion-dollar deals has been brought to his knees by a snowstorm and a lack of a signal. The quiet is absolute. The fire has burned low again, and the room is sinking into a deep, cold gloom. I'm about to suggest we get more firewood when it happens. A series of sharp electronic beeps cuts through the silence. It's the satellite phone. We both freeze. My head snaps toward him. He is staring down at the phone in his hand, as if it has just spoken in tongues. In the dim light, I see the screen, which has been dead for days, flicker to life. A single, glorious, impossible bar of reception glows in the darkness. Our eyes meet across the room, and the look we share is one of pure, unadulterated shock, mixed with a healthy dose of terror. The outside world has just kicked down the door. The isolation is over, and I have no idea if that's a good thing, or the most dangerous thing that could have possibly happened.
Chapter 20. Scott. The single glowing bar on the satellite phone is a miracle, a tiny, impossible bridge to the outside world. For a frozen moment, Hailey and I just stare at it, then at each other. The look on her face is one of pure, unadulterated hope, so bright it's painful to look at. My mind, however, is already a whirlwind of cold, brutal calculation. Hope is a luxury. A signal is a resource. And I'm almost certain this resource is about to expire. My thumb moves, swiping to the main screen. And there it is. The battery icon, flashing a single ominous sliver of red. 1%. Maybe 2. We don't have a lifeline. We have a single dying breath. "Call for help," Hailey says, her voice urgent as she rushes to my side. "Call 911. Tell them where we are. Tell them the roof is leaking." No. The word is out of my mouth before I can even think it through. A gut reaction born of a new, desperate priority. Her face falls, the hope curdling into disbelief and frustration. No? What do you mean, no? Scott, this is our chance. We're almost out of food. We have to call for rescue. A rescue team can't get through this storm, I say, my mind racing, weighing the variables. Even if the call connects, even if they get our exact coordinates, it could be days, maybe a week, before a chopper can land or a snowcat can get up this mountain. This battery won't last 5 minutes, let alone a long conversation with the dispatcher. A call for help would be a monumental waste of our only shot. A waste? She challenges, her voice rising with incredulous fury. Being put on a list for rescue is a waste. What could possibly be more important than that? The truth, I say, the words low and intense. My obsession has a new, sharp focus. The lie my father told me isn't just a ghost anymore. It's a living, breathing conspiracy that has led me to this exact room, in this exact storm. I need to know why. The truth? She scoffs, throwing her hands up in the air. Your family drama can wait. Our survival can't. I'm not going to sit here and starve to death while you chase down some 30-year-old ghost story because your father hurt your feelings. This is more than hurt feelings. I snap back, my own control fraying. This is about my entire life. Everything I am, everything I've done, is built on a foundation that I now believe is a lie. That phone. I point to the device in my hand. That is the only way I can find out for sure. It's the only way I can get to the source. The source? She presses, stepping closer, her eyes blazing. You mean Dr. Cullen? You want to use our one and only chance to call a retired doctor about a teenage medical diagnosis instead of calling for help? Are you insane? Before I can answer, a sound rips through the lodge that makes both of our arguments feel small and pointless. It's a deafening crack, the sound of a giant bone snapping, followed immediately by a terrifying, gushing roar. We whip around. The small leak in the great room ceiling is no longer dripping. The heavy oak beams have surrendered. A section of the ceiling has given way, and a torrent of icy water and slush is pouring into the room, instantly flooding the Persian rug and spreading across the floor. The great room, our neutral territory, our only tenable living space, is gone. We have to get out of here, I yell over the roar, grabbing her arm. Now! The water is already ankle-deep, shockingly, painfully cold. The fire hisses violently as the water reaches the hearth, sending up a plume of thick, acrid smoke. My cabin is closer, I say, pulling her toward the front entrance. No! She shouts back, digging in her heels. Mine is further back, more sheltered from the wind. The roof is probably in better shape. We go there. We don't have time to argue about it. Then stop arguing and go the right way, she retorts, yanking her arm free and splashing toward the back hallway that leads to her cabin. For a split second I hesitate, my instinct to command warring with her undeniable logic. She's right. Her cabin is safer. With a curse, I grab our box of supplies and the satellite phone and follow her. Her cabin is a mirror image of mine, but it feels completely different. It's smaller, warmer, and it feels lived in. Her scarf is draped over the back of a chair. Her open journal sits on the small table. It's her space, and I am an intruder. The air is rich with a new claustrophobic tension. We are now trapped in a space no bigger than a hotel room. I dump the supplies on the floor, my restlessness returning with a vengeance. I am a prisoner again, but this time the cage is tiny. I need to move. I need to do something. I start checking the cabin, a pointless inspection born of nervous energy. I check the windows, the fireplace flue. Then I move to the small writing desk in the corner. What are you doing now? She asks, her voice wary. She's huddled by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, watching my every move. Looking for a backup generator manual. Matches. Anything useful, I lie, my fingers rummaging through the desk drawers. They're mostly empty, save for some hotel stationery. But in the back of the bottom drawer, my fingers brush against the spine of a book. I pull it out. It's a small, leather-bound guest book, just for this cabin. The cover is worn, the pages yellowed. It's an old relic the hotel must have forgotten. I flip through the pages out of idle curiosity. The entries are decades old. A wonderful anniversary. The kids loved the fishing. Then I stop. My blood runs cold. The signature is unmistakable, arrogant and bold, just like the man himself. David Tillman. The date is from last month, and below it, a single cryptic, terrifying sentence. A perfect place to plan a future. Some people just need a little push to see the big picture. DT. This is it. The smoking gun. The irrefutable proof. He didn't just know about the storm. He knew about this place. He was here. He chose this specific location for a reason. And the note. It's a mission statement. He thinks stranding me here is a push. A push toward what? I'm standing there, the open logbook in my hand, the evidence of my brother's explicit betrayal feeling like a lead weight. On the table next to me, the satellite phone screen glows, the battery icon flashing its final desperate warning. The choice is no longer a choice. It's an imperative. Scott, what is it? Hailey's voice is soft, cautious. She's seen the look on my face. I look from the logbook to the phone and then to her. The war is over. The path is clear. I pick up the satellite phone. Who are you calling? She asks, getting to her feet. Scott, you have to call for help, please. I ignore her, my fingers already punching in a number I haven't dialed in almost 20 years, but have never forgotten. My movements are sharp, precise. The number to Dr. Collins' private line at his old home. Who are you calling? She asks again, her voice rising with a panic that doesn't even register. I hold her gaze, my expression grim, my entire life narrowing to this single desperate act. I press the green button, and I say the only name that matters anymore. Dr. Collin.
Chapter 21. Hailey. He says the name, Dr. Collin, and presses the call button, and in that single selfish act, the fragile, tentative bridge we had started to build between us ignites and burns to ash. I stare at him, a cold, sickening wave of disbelief washing over me. The single bar of reception, our one and only chance, our miracle in the middle of this frozen hell, and he is squandering it. He is using our lifeline to chase a ghost. I watch, frozen, as he holds the phone to his ear. His entire body is rigid, a study in taut, desperate tension. His eyes are squeezed shut as if in prayer. I can't hear the other end of the line, only the frantic, hopeful beating of my own heart and the roar of the blizzard outside. Dr. Collin, he says, his voice tight, strained. This is Scott Tillman. A pause. He swallows hard. Yes, Edward's son. My breath catches. This is it. The confrontation he's been running from his entire life, but my empathy is gone, burned away by a raw primal fear. We are almost out of food. The roof of the main lodge has collapsed. We are trapped, and he is on the phone talking about his feelings. I'm calling about my medical file, he continues, his voice dropping lower. The one from when I was 16, after the fever. I need you to tell me the truth. The real truth, doctor. Was it a lie? He listens, his face a mask of excruciating concentration. I see a muscle jump in his jaw. I see the hope and the terror warring in his eyes. He is a man on the edge of an abyss, waiting to see if he will be thrown in or pulled back from the brink. And then I see his face crumble. The connection, the hope, it all just collapses. The light on the phone screen flickers and dies. The battery is gone. Our bridge to the world is gone. He slowly lowers the phone, his hand trembling slightly. He stares at the dead piece of plastic as if he can't comprehend what just happened. The silence in the small cabin is absolute. He doesn't have his answer, and we don't have our rescue. He chooses his past over our future, and I just break. So that's it? I ask, my voice a broken, trembling thing that I don't recognize as my own. That was your choice? You just used our only hope, our one chance to get out of here, to try and get yourself off the hook? He looks up at me, his eyes dazed, still lost in the wreckage of his phone call. What are you talking about? This is bigger than... Bigger than what? I interrupt, a hysterical laugh bubbling up in my chest. I'm on my feet now, pacing the tiny space like a caged animal, my own fear and hormones surging into a tidal wave of a pure, unadulterated fury. Bigger than the fact that we have 6 crackers and half a jar of peanut butter left? Bigger than the fact that the roof is caving in and we are trapped on a frozen mountain with no power and no heat? There is nothing bigger than that right now. But you couldn't see that, could you? All you could see was a chance to find an expert witness to back up your story, to find one more person to blame so you can keep telling yourself that you're the real victim here. The words are pouring out of me now, a torrent of all the fear and frustration I've been holding back. Tears are streaming down my face, hot and angry. I was feeling sorry for you, I choke out, gesturing wildly. I think we are connecting, but this is a new level of selfish. This is you, choosing your own psychodrama over the safety of my child. Hailey, that's not what happens, he says, his voice raw, taking a step toward me. Don't. I hold up a hand, stopping him in his tracks. Don't you dare try to manage this, to spin this into something it's not. I look him straight in the eye, and I pull out the cruelest, sharpest weapon I have. I regret that night. Do you hear me? I regret walking out onto that terrace. I regret talking to you. I regret every single second I spend in your bed, feeling sorry for the sad, lonely man who is too much of a coward to just live his life. The blow lands. I see it in the way he flinches, in the raw, undisguised pain that flashes in his eyes. I want you to know, I whisper, the words tasting like acid. When we get out of here, if we get out of here, I want nothing from you. I don't want you to have any part in my life, and I don't want you to have any part in my baby's life. We are going to be fine on our own. We will be better off without you. He closes the distance between us then, not with anger, but with a desperate, wounded urgency that terrifies me. He cups my face in his hands, his palms rough and warm against my tear-soaked skin. You don't mean that, he whispers brokenly, his eyes searching mine. I do, I insist, my voice trembling, my entire body betraying me. Because even now, with his hands on me, all I can feel is the ghost of that connection. The electric pull that starts all of this. Let go of me. No. I hate you. I sob. The words, a lie and the truest thing I've ever said. I know. He breathes. The blizzard has swallowed the world whole, leaving only the small cabin suspended in a roaring white chaos. Inside, the fire in the stone hearth is the only thing fighting back the gloom, its light throwing long, dancing shadows that make the cramped space feel both like a sanctuary and a cage. For hours, he is a statue, carved from granite and rage, hunched in the armchair, staring into the flames. I am pacing, a caged animal, the silence stretching between us until it is a thin, shrieking wire. Can you just stop? He finally bites out, his voice a low growl that vibrates with irritation. He doesn't even look at me. You're wearing a hole in the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, I retort, the sarcasm a sharp, brittle thing. Is my existential dread inconvenient for you while you're having a staring contest with the fire? He finally turns his head, and the full force of his glare hits me. It isn't just tired. It is hollowed out, haunted. You think you're the only one trapped here. You think you have a monopoly on dread. I think I'm stuck in a box with a man who looks like he wants to either drink himself to death or punch a hole through the wall. I shoot back, taking a step closer, fueled by a reckless energy I don't recognize. Frankly, I'm not sure which would be quieter. In a flash, he is out of the chair, covering the space between us in 2 long strides. He is so much bigger up close, a wall of pure masculine fury. He backs me up until my shoulders hit the rough-hewn logs of the cabin wall. He doesn't touch me, but he crowds my space, his heat and the scent of whiskey and pine overwhelming my senses. He braces his hands on the wall on either side of my head, trapping me. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
You'll find it waiting for you at BWWM.
I can feel him staring up at the ceiling in the dark. The silence stretches on for an eternity, thick with the weight of our spectacular failure. He finally speaks. His voice rough, stripped of all its usual armor. It's the voice of someone who has nothing left to hide behind. He hung up on me. I turned my head on the pillow, my heart giving a slow, painful thud. What? Dr. Colin, he clarifies, his voice flat, deadened. The moment I ask him to tell me the truth about the file, I hear a sound, a click. It isn't the battery dying. It isn't the signal dropping. He hangs up the phone.
Chapter 22. Scott. He hung up on me. The words fall into the quiet, intimate darkness of the cabin. They are not an accusation or a continuation of the fight. They are a confession, a surrender. The final broken piece of my reality, offered up in the aftermath of our collision. I feel Hailey shift on the mattress beside me. I expect her to pull away, to put a physical distance between us that matches the canyon I've carved with my cruelty. I brace myself for the cold silence of her final rejection. Instead, her voice, when it comes, is a soft murmur in the dark, completely devoid of anger or triumph. So it's true, then. It's not a question. It's a statement of fact. A quiet acknowledgement of a truth I'm only just beginning to comprehend. She's not gloating. She's agreeing with me. She is validating the terrifying suspicion that has just shattered my world. She believes me. The last of the fight drains out of me, leaving behind a profound, hollow emptiness. He's hiding something, I whisper to the ceiling. My father. He must have paid him, threatened him. Something. Scott. She says my name, and it's not a weapon this time. It's an anchor. I turn my head on the pillow to look at her silhouette in the dim, dying firelight. What did they do to you? The question is the same one she asked before, but this time it doesn't feel like an intrusion. It feels like an invitation, an offer of sanctuary. And the truth, the one I've held like a shard of glass in my gut for my entire life, spills out. They told me I was sterile, I say, the word feeling foreign, absurd. After a bad fever when I was 16, my father and Dr. Colin, they presented it to me as an irrefutable medical fact, a lasting consequence of the illness. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. My father called it a blessing, a way to free me from the burden of expectation. A way to control you, she counters softly, her perception as sharp and clear as ever. A way to ensure his legacy would end with me, I clarify, the full, monstrous weight of the deception landing on me. He couldn't control what kind of heir I might have, so he made sure I could never have one at all. He built my prison and convinced me the bars were a gift. The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of my confession. I have just handed her the key to my deepest shame, my most profound wound. "I'm so sorry, Scott," she whispers, and the genuine empathy in her voice is a balm on a wound I didn't even know was still bleeding. Her words from the fight echo in my mind. "We will be better off without you." She said them with such conviction. But the woman lying next to me now, the one offering me a kindness I in no way deserve, doesn't feel like she's leaving. "I accused you," I say, my voice rough with a shame so deep it's suffocating. "I treated you abominably. I thought you were a part of it." "You were defending the only truth you've ever known," she replies, her voice even. "I get it. In a way, I was doing the same thing." In the quiet darkness, I feel a hesitant movement, and then her fingers find mine, her hand gently lacing with my own. It's a simple, profound gesture of grace, of forgiveness, an alliance forged in the wreckage of our separate apocalypses. I pull her closer then, my arm wrapping around her, drawing her against my side. Her head comes to rest in the hollow of my shoulder. It's not the frantic, desperate collision from before. This is different. It's quiet. It's a comfort so deep and so unfamiliar, it almost hurts. My other hand comes to rest on her stomach, on the slight, firm curve where a new, impossible truth is sleeping. I feel a tiny flutter against my palm, a secret language I'm only just beginning to learn. She was right. It feels like hope. I hold her like that for the rest of the night, two broken pieces fitting together to make a fragile whole. For the first time in my life, I don't feel like a prisoner in my own skin. I feel found. When morning comes, the world outside is still white, but the wind has died down. A soft gray light fills the small cabin. Hailey is still asleep, her breath a warm, steady puff against my chest. I watch her, tracing the elegant line of her jaw, the soft curve of her lips. The anger and suspicion I felt toward her seems like a distant memory from another man's life. All I feel now is a fierce, terrifying wave of protectiveness. The new reality is a stark, brutal landscape. I am the father of this child, and the man who is supposed to be its grandfather is a monster who built my life on a soul-crushing lie. Dr. Colin is not just a ghost from my past. He's a willing accomplice. And now he's running scared. I look at the dead satellite phone on the table. My one shot is gone, but my mission has changed. It's no longer just about me. It's about her. It's about this baby. It's about building a future on a foundation of truth, no matter how ugly that truth is. Hailey stirs, her eyes fluttering open. She looks up at me, and for a moment, there is no storm between us. There is just a quiet, wary peace. "Hey," she whispers. "Hey," I whisper back. "We don't talk about last night. We don't need to. The truce is real. We get up and face the day as a team. The dwindling supplies seem less like a death sentence and more like a problem to be solved. We share the last of the peanut butter on the last of the crackers, a strange, intimate breakfast at the end of the world. After we eat, I pick up the dead satellite phone, turning it over in my hands. "He's going to disappear," I say, my voice sounding like a low, hard thing. The moment he knew I was looking, he would have started covering his tracks. My father would have made sure there were contingency plans for this. Hailey comes to stand beside me, her arms wrapped around her middle. She watches my face, her gaze steady. "So what's the plan, Scott?" The use of my name is easy, familiar. The question is a show of faith. She's asking for my leadership, but as a partner, not a subordinate. I look at her quiet strength, at the fierce, protective love in her eyes, and I know I'm not alone in this fight. I set the phone down, my purpose clear, absolute. "The plan," I say, my voice filled with a new, shared resolve, is that we are going to find him. Chapter 23. Scott. "The plan," I say, the word tasting like a foreign concept, "is that we are going to find him." Hailey looks at me, her dark eyes searching my face, gauging the sincerity of that single crucial word. We. For days, it's been me and her, two opposing forces locked in a state of mutual siege. The shift to a collective is a fragile seismic event. She doesn't smile. She's too smart for that. Instead, she crosses her arms, a familiar defensive posture, but the look in her eyes is one of a shrewd strategist, not a victim. "Okay, Napoleon," she says, her tone dry as desert sand. Inspirational speech. A few small logistical hurdles, though. First, we are trapped on a frozen mountain at what feels like the top of the known world. Second, we have no phone, no internet, and our entire food supply consists of 6 crackers and a memory of peanut butter. So please, enlighten me. How exactly are we going to find this ghost of the past? Her pragmatism is a necessary anchor to my raw, untethered resolve. She's right. A plan without logistics is just a fantasy. The storm is letting up, I say, gesturing toward the window. The furious horizontal onslaught of snow has softened into a steady vertical fall. The wind no longer shrieks. It moans. It can't last forever. When it breaks, a path will be cleared. And the moment we get off this mountain, I start making calls. "Calls to who?" she asks, her brow furrowed with suspicion. "Your army of lawyers? The ones you were so eager to send after me?" "They're good at finding people who don't want to be found," I admit, the words tasting like ash. "For once, they'll be aimed at a deserving target. Dr. Cullen is a retired, wealthy man. He won't be living in a cave. He'll have property records, tax filings, a digital footprint. He can run, but he can't erase himself completely. Not from me. So your plan is to throw your money and your power at the problem until it breaks," she summarizes, her assessment a little too accurate for comfort. "It's the only plan we have." "No," she counters, pushing off the armchair and walking toward the study. "The only plan you have. My plan involves figuring out the puzzle before we just try to blow it up with C4. She pauses in the doorway, looking back at me. "You said your father and Dr. Cullen were connected to this lodge, to the family who built it. So let's find out who they were. Let's find the connection. You're looking for a trail, Scott. The trail starts here." She disappears into the study. For a moment, I just stand there, stunned by her sharp, intuitive leap of logic. While I've been spiraling in the chaos of my own past, she's been mapping it. She isn't just a passenger in this crisis anymore. She's a co-pilot. I follow her into the study. The room is cold, the air thick with the scent of old paper. She's already pulling books from shelves, checking for anything tucked inside. "What are we looking for?" I ask, my voice quieter than before. "Anything," she says, her focus absolute. "Ledgers, guest books, letters, deeds, anything with a name on it besides Tillman or Colin." We work in a strange, synchronized silence. It's not the hostile quiet from before. It's a shared, focused quiet. A partnership. We move around the small space, our arms brushing occasionally, the brief contact a jolt of awareness that has everything to do with a new, terrifying intimacy. I watch her brow furrowed in concentration, as she carefully pages through a dusty book on local history. I see the fierce intelligence, the methodical way she approaches the problem. My father would have underestimated her. My father underestimated everyone who wasn't him. It was his fatal flaw. Maybe it's mine, too. In a heavy oak desk drawer tucked beneath a stack of old water-stained maps, I find it. A small wooden box filled with old correspondence. Holiday cards, letters, postcards. Most of it is mundane holiday greetings. But then I see my family's crest on a piece of heavy, cream-colored stationery. The handwriting is elegant, familiar. It's a letter from my mother. My breath catches. My mother was a ghost in our own house. A sad, beautiful woman who faded into the background of my father's monstrous ego. I have almost nothing of hers. "What is it?" Hailey asks, her voice soft. She has come to stand beside me, looking over my shoulder. I carefully unfold the brittle paper. It's a thank you note, addressed to the Andersons, The family from the photo album. It's dated the year I was 12. "Dearest Martha and James," I read aloud, my voice a rough, unsteady thing. "Thank you again for having us. The fishing was wonderful, as always, though Edward was in one of his moods for most of it." I look up at Hailey. A small, sad smile touches her lips. She understands. I continue reading. "He insists that Scott have his annual checkup with Dr. Collin while we're up there. He says it's for the best, for continuity, but I don't know. Bob seems so nervous around Edward these days, almost frightened. It's probably nothing. I just worry." "She knew," Hailey whispers, her hand coming to rest on my arm. The warmth of her touch seeps through my sweater, a grounding force. She knew something was wrong. "She was terrified of my father," I say, the admission tasting like old grief. "She learned to see only what he wanted her to see." I scan the rest of the letter, mostly polite pleasantries. But then, the last paragraph, the final piece of the puzzle we need right now. "I do hope Bob follows through on his plan. He was talking again about that little town he loves just outside of Aspen, Whispering Creek. Said he was going to buy a small practice there and finally get away from the city and the stress. I hope he finds his peace. We all deserve a little of that, don't we? Whispering Creek, Aspen. It's not just a ghost hunt anymore. We have a location, a destination, a name on a map. The mission is real." I look at Hailey, and I see the same understanding reflected in her eyes. We have a plan. The light in the study has changed. The oppressive gray gloom has brightened, a pale, watery sunlight beginning to filter through the snow-caked window. The storm is breaking. Our imprisonment is almost over. And then we hear it. It starts as a low, deep, rhythmic thrumming, a vibration I feel in the floorboards before I can identify the sound. It grows steadily louder, a relentless thump, 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 thump that cuts through the silence of the dying storm. It's not a snowplow. We look at each other, and the fragile hope that had bloomed between us instantly withers, replaced by a shared, cold dread. That is the sound of a helicopter. A rescue team wouldn't be this fast. The pass is still closed. This isn't a rescue. This is someone who doesn't need a road. We rush to the window in the great room, peering through a small patch of clear glass. There, descending through the swirling snow and low-hanging clouds, is a sleek, black helicopter cutting through the sky like a bird of prey. It's a machine I know well. It has my family's crest emblazoned on the side. But it's not my helicopter. It's David's. He's here. He's come to check on the status of his trap. The thaw is here, but it's bringing the wolves. Chapter 24. Scott. The roar of the helicopter is a physical assault. The entire cabin vibrates with the punishing thump, thump, thump of the rotor blades, and the rotor wash blasts a hurricane of snow against the windows. Hailey and I are standing shoulder to shoulder, a silent, unified front against the invading force. This isn't a rescue. It's a reckoning. "What do we do?" Hailey asks, her voice tight, her eyes locked on the sleek black machine settling onto the snow-covered clearing in front of the lodge. My mind is racing, processing variables, running scenarios. My brother is arrogant, but he isn't stupid. He wouldn't come here without a purpose. He's here to see the results of his experiment. I turn to her, my gaze intense. Let me handle him. Just stay with me. Always, she whispers, and a small, determined nod is all the confirmation I need. The rotors spin down, and the sudden silence is deafening. A moment later, the cabin door is thrown open. David stands there, a vision of tailored metropolitan perfection against the wild, snowbound landscape. He's wearing a fitted navy peacoat and leather gloves, not a single hair out of place. He looks like he's just stepped out of a boardroom, not a blizzard. His eyes scan the small, messy cabin, the dwindling pile of firewood, the makeshift dining table, the two of us standing too close together, and a slow, smug smile spreads across his face. "Brother." He steps inside, bringing a gust of frigid air with him, Thank God. I've been worried sick. My pilot said the storm was a monster. His gaze slides to Hailey, a dismissive, predatory flicker of curiosity in his eyes. And I see you've made a friend. How resourceful. Cut the act, David, I say, my voice flat, devoid of any warmth. I subtly shift my position, standing slightly in front of Hailey, a human shield. Behind my back, I feel her hand find mine, her fingers lacing with my own in a small, secret gesture of solidarity. Her touch is a steady, grounding current. What are you doing here? Rescuing my favorite brother, of course, he says. His charm is slick and cold as the ice on the windows. When news of the storm hit, I pulled every string I had. Moved mountains, so to speak, to get a chopper cleared to come and get you. You should be thanking me. You knew about the storm before I ever left Los Angeles, I counter, my tone quiet, dangerous. You knew I'd be trapped. David just smiles, a slow, condescending tilt of his lips. He walks over to the fireplace, warming his gloved hands. You were overworked, a danger to yourself and the company. You needed a push, some time away from the noise to think about your priorities. And you were here last month, I press, my grip tightening on Hailey's hand. Planning my little push. A due diligence trip, he says smoothly. It's a beautiful property. I can see the appeal. His eyes land on Hailey again, a flicker of something calculating. Though I admit, your choice of companionship is unexpected. Is she part of your new minimalist approach to life? Before I can tell him to go to hell, Hailey speaks, her voice clear and steady, with none of the fear he expects. I'm the other guest who was smart enough not to drive into a blizzard, she says, her gaze unwavering. Unlike some people, I don't require a pilot to make my decisions for me. David's smile tightens. He's not used to being challenged, especially not by a woman he has already deemed irrelevant. He turns his attention back to me. Feisty. I can see why you'd be entertained. He sighs, a theatrical display of disappointment. I was hoping this time alone would have given you some clarity, Scott, but it seems you've just found a new distraction. I found a lot more than that, I say, my voice low. I found a history. This lodge, my past, it's all connected. He lets out a real, genuine laugh then, a sound that is cruel and mocking and completely devoid of humor. Oh, you found the history? Adorable. You've spent your whole life worshipping at the altar of Dad's carefully constructed fictions, wasting your life on that ridiculous, melodramatic vow you made at his grave. He takes a step closer, his voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper that makes my blood run cold. Tell me, brother, all these years, all that anger, did you ever once think to get a second opinion? There it is, the final brutal confirmation, not from a terrified doctor on the phone, but from my own brother, delivered with a triumphant, malicious glee. He knows. He's always known. The floor gives way beneath me. The walls of the cabin of my entire life implode. The carefully constructed fortress I built on a foundation of my father's lie crumbles into dust, and I'm left standing in the ruins, exposed and utterly undone. The world narrows to a single deafening roar in my ears. The lie is real, which means the baby is real, which means everything is different. I stumble back a step, the strength gone from my legs. The room tilts, the firelight blurring at the edges of my vision. Hailey is there. Her hand, which was in mine, is now on my arm, her grip firm, steadying. She moves to my side, a silent, unwavering anchor in the middle of my personal earthquake. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. Her presence is enough. She is the only one that is real. David watches this small, intimate exchange with a look of pure, ecstatic victory. He has finally won. He has finally broken me. Well, he says, his voice dripping with false sympathy. It looks like you two have some things to discuss. He straightens his coat, a picture of perfect, unruffled control. My pilot needs to refuel and run a full de-icing protocol after that landing. It's going to take some time. We leave in 3 hours. Be ready. We have a board meeting to prepare for as soon as we land. He pauses at the door, turning back to deliver the final killing blow, his eyes glittering with a lifetime of resentment. I'm calling for a vote on your fitness to lead the company. After this little display, it should be very, very interesting.
Chapter 25. Highly. The sound of the helicopter fades, the violent thump, 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 receding until it's finally swallowed by the vast indifferent silence of the mountains. David is gone, but his poison remains, a toxic slick that coats every surface of the small, quiet cabin. We are left in the ringing silence, the weight of his final threat pressing down on us. A vote on your fitness to lead. I feel Scott sway beside me, a barely perceptible tremor that runs through his entire body. My hand is still on his arm, and I realize with a jolt that I am quite literally the only thing holding him upright. I look at him, the formidable CEO, the cold, arrogant man who accused me and threatened me, is gone. The man standing beside me now is someone I don't know. He is pale, his breathing shallow, his eyes wide with a profound, shattering shock. He looks like a man who has just walked away from a catastrophic wreck, a sole survivor who can't yet comprehend the devastation. He looks utterly broken. And in that moment, the last vestiges of my anger, my fear of him, they all just evaporate. All I feel is a deep, fierce, and completely overwhelming wave of protective empathy. The man I saw as a monster is just a man in pain. A man who has been the victim of a lie so monstrous, it has defined his entire existence. Scott, my voice is soft, a gentle nudge back to the present. He doesn't respond. His gaze is fixed on the spot where his brother stood, but he's not seeing this room. He is 1,000,000 miles and a lifetime away. Scott, look at me. I move to stand in front of him, my hands coming up to gently cup his face, forcing his vacant, haunted eyes to meet mine. His skin is cold as ice. Breathe, I whisper, my voice a quiet command. Just breathe with me. I take a slow, deliberate breath, and after a moment, I feel him shakily follow my lead. We stand like that for a long, silent minute, just breathing together in the cabin, in and out, the only thing that's real. It was all a lie, he finally says, his voice a rough, broken whisper. The words are not just an admission. They are a eulogy for the man he thought he was. I know, I say softly. But you're not. I'm not. I take his hand. It's limp and cold in mine, and I place it on the gentle, firm curve of my stomach. This is not a lie, Scott. This is real. This is what's real now. He looks down at his hand, at the place where it rests over our child, and a shudder runs through him. He closes his eyes, a single perfect tear escaping and tracing a path down his stone-like face. He doesn't wipe it away. I don't think he even knows it's there. I gently guide him toward the armchair by the fire, the one that has become my spot. He sinks into it, his movements stiff, uncoordinated. I grab the thickest wool blanket and drape it over his shoulders, tucking it in around him as if he were a child. He doesn't resist. He just sits there, staring into the flames. I make him a cup of tea, my movements quiet, purposeful. I have to be his anchor right now. I have to be the calm in his personal hurricane. I press the warm mug into his hands. His fingers are so cold they are almost blue. He's going to take the company, he says, his gaze still fixed on the fire. He'll use this. He'll use you. He'll use the baby. He'll tell the board I'm unstable. And after what just happened, he'll be right. I kneel in front of him, forcing him to look at me again. No, he won't, I say, my voice fierce, unwavering. Listen to me. You are not the same man you were when you walked into this lodge. That man was a prisoner, fighting a war against a ghost. That man was living a life his father built for him. I leaned closer, my eyes locked on his. The man I see right now, he's free. He's been lied to and manipulated and has every right to fall apart. But he is free. And finally, he has something real to fight for. My words seemed to land, to cut through the fog of his shock. A flicker of something, the old formidable fire, ignites in the depths of his eyes. He looks down at my hand, which is still resting on his knee. He slowly covers it with his own, his grip surprisingly strong. "An hour," he says, his voice dropping to a low, rough thing, but it's steadier now. He gave us an hour. "Then we don't have time to fall apart," I say, my own strength surging in response to his. "We have time to make a plan. We're in this together now, Scott. So you tell me, what is the first move when we land?" He is quiet for a long moment. He looks from my face, to our joined hands, to the fire. I can see the strategist's mind beginning to work again, the formidable CEO re-emerging from the wreckage. But he's different now. The coldness in his eyes is gone. In its place, a grim, protective resolve. He is no longer fighting for a dead man's empire out of revenge. He is fighting for his future. For our future. He finally meets my gaze, and the man looking at me now is the one I saw on the terrace. The real one. Haunted, yes, but strong. And at last, he's not alone. "The first move," he says, his voice steady, clear, and laced with a cold, hard purpose that sends a shiver down my spine, "is we find my mother. She's the only other person alive who was there, who knew them both. David will try to get to Dr. Colin, to buy his silence or bury him forever. My mother is the only one who can tell us where to find him first."
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Highly. The silence David leaves in his wake is a living entity, cold and sharp-edged. The few hours he has given us feels like both a lifetime and no time at all. Outside, the world is a quiet, pristine wilderness of white. Inside this small cabin, the air is permeated with the unspoken terror of what comes next. We are leaving this strange, snowbound sanctuary where we found each other and walking directly into a war zone. I'm sitting by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, but a chill has settled deep into my bones that has nothing to do with the temperature. My hand is resting on my stomach, a constant grounding gesture. My baby is safe in here, warm and oblivious. But what world am I bringing him into? A world where a man like David exists, a man who would use an unborn child as leverage in a corporate power play. The fear is a cold, coiling thing in my gut. Scott has been standing at the window, staring out at the clearing where his brother's helicopter landed, his posture rigid, his mind a million miles away. Now he turns, and his gaze lands on me. He sees the fear I can't hide. He sees my hand, white-knuckled on my belly. He crosses the small room in a few long strides and sinks to his knees on the floor in front of me. He reaches out and gently takes my free hand, his thumb stroking over my knuckles. "Cold?" he asks, his voice a low, rough murmur. I shake my head, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Terrified, I finally whisper, meeting his intense, worried gaze. "What happens when we get in that helicopter, Scott? What does this war actually look like?" "It looks like something I will handle," he says, his grip on my hand tightening, a silent promise of protection. "But he made it clear he's not just coming after you," I argue, my voice trembling slightly. "He's coming after us, after the baby. He'll use us to prove you're unstable." "Let him try." The ferocity in his voice is startling. He reaches out with his other hand, gently tucking a stray strand of my hair behind my ear, his touch sending a warm shiver through me. I've spent my entire life fighting the wrong battles, for the wrong reasons, Hailey. Fighting a ghost. Now, for the first time, I have the right battle, for the right reason. He leans in, his forehead coming to rest against mine, his eyes boring into mine. "As long as I have you, as long as we have each other, we will be okay. I swear it." His promise is so absolute, so fierce, it feels like a shield. I believe him. In this moment, I believe he could take on the world for us. He stays like that for a long moment, just breathing with me. Then he pulls back, though he doesn't let go of my hand. His expression is raw, vulnerable, stripped of all its usual defenses. The fire is dying down, casting long, dancing shadows against the log walls. It is the kind of deep, heavy silence that demands the truth. "I need to tell you everything," he says, his voice thick with an emotion I can't name. "No more secrets, no more ghosts between us." And so he does. He tells me about David, about a lifetime of being pitted against each other by a cruel, manipulative father who saw his sons not as family, but as competitors for his throne. He tells me about David's jealousy, his ambition, and the deep, festering resentment that has driven him to this point. He lays the battlefield bare for me, explaining the corporate stakes, the power plays, the brutal, unforgiving world we are about to step into. He's arming me with the truth. When he's finished explaining the war that awaits us, he takes a deep, shuddering breath. The hardest part is yet to come. "I was a monster to you, Hailey," he whispers, his gaze dropping to our joined hands. "There is no other word for it. There is no excuse. I was drowning in my father's lie, and when I saw you, I tried to pull you under with me. I tried to make you a part of the ugly narrative I'd built for myself." He finally looks up, and his eyes are shining with an unshed, agonizing grief. "The pain I caused you, the things I said, I am so sorry." Tears well in my own eyes, and I can't stop them. They are not tears of sadness, but of a profound, overwhelming relief. "Amidst all this insanity," he continues, his voice cracking, "you were the only thing that made sense. Even when I was fighting you, even when I was terrified of you, I was drawn to you. It was like finding a lighthouse during a hurricane." He brings my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles. "I see you, Hailey. I see your strength, your brilliant mind, your impossible kindness, even when I gave you every reason to hate me. And when I look at you, I see a life I never, ever thought was possible for me." He releases my hand and gently, reverently, places his own on my stomach. The warmth of his palm seeps through my sweater, a familiar, comforting weight. "I already love this baby so much it terrifies me," he confesses, his gaze fixed on the spot where his hand rests. "This tiny, impossible person I haven't even met. They saved my life." He finally looks up at me, and the raw, undisguised love in his eyes takes my breath away. And I think he says in a broken whisper, "I am falling completely in love with its mother." That's when I break. A sob of pure, unadulterated emotion escapes me, and I launch myself into his arms. He catches me, his arms wrapping around me, holding me tight as I cry into his shoulder. I am crying for the lonely woman I was, for the broken man he was, and for the impossible hope of the family we might become. He just holds me, whispering my name, his lips in my hair. When my tears finally subside, he pulls back, his hands cupping my face. He wipes away my tears with his thumbs, and then he kisses me. It is nothing like our first two encounters. It is not the desperate, anonymous passion of the gala, nor the angry, punishing collision from the other night. This is a kiss of reverence. It's slow and deep and breathtakingly tender. It is the sealing of a promise. It is the confession of a soul. It is the beginning of everything. I pull him to his feet, my hand in his, and lead him to the small cabin bed. There are no more words. There is no more fighting. There is only this, a deliberate, conscious, and profound coming together. It is a quiet, desperate, and beautiful act of choosing each other, of choosing this family, of finding our own truth in the wreckage of so many lies. It is the only real warmth in the endless frozen winter. Later, we are tangled together under the blankets, my head on his chest, his heartbeat a steady, grounding rhythm beneath my ear. The world outside, the war that awaits, is forgotten. In this small, warm space, there is only peace. His hand is resting on my stomach, and we both feel the soft, gentle flutter of the life we created. He presses a soft kiss to the top of my head, and in the quiet, peaceful darkness, we hear it. The distant but unmistakable thump, thump, thump of an approaching helicopter. Our time is up. David is back. The war is at our doorstep. We look at each other, and in his eyes I see not fear but the same fierce protective fire that I feel in my own heart. The thaw has come, and we are ready. Chapter 27. Highly. The sound of the helicopter grows louder, a mechanical heartbeat pulling us out of the warm, quiet bubble of the night and back into the cold, sharp reality of the morning. David is here. The war is here. Scott's arm tightens around me, a silent, protective gesture, and the peace of the last few hours begins to evaporate, replaced by the familiar coiling tendrils of fear. He feels me tense. "Hey," he whispers, his lips brushing against my temple. "Look at me." I do. His eyes, clear and steady in the pale morning light, are filled with a fierce resolve I've never seen before. The haunted, broken man from yesterday is gone. The man looking at me now is a warrior. "He can't touch us," he says, his voice dropping to a low, confident rumble that vibrates through my bones. "Not anymore." "You don't know that," I whisper, my fear for this new, fragile life we've just started to imagine making my voice tremble. "You heard him. He'll use me. He'll use the baby. He'll paint you as unstable, reckless." "Let him," Scott says, and there is a dangerous calm in his tone. "Let him show the entire world who he is. I'm not the one who is hiding anymore. We have to move." The helicopter is landing. We get out of bed, the cold air of the cabin a shock against our skin. We dress in a charged silence, the unspoken tension of the coming confrontation, a third presence in the room. My neat, lonely plan, a quiet life for me and my baby, is a distant memory. By choosing to trust this man, I am choosing to step into his world, a world of corporate warfare, of bitter rivalries, of men like David. The choice is terrifying. But as I watch him pull on his sweater, as I see the new, quiet strength in his posture, the fierce, protective glint in his eyes whenever he looks at me, I know it's a choice I've already made. "Scott," I say his name, and he stops, turning to face me, The helicopter is idling outside, a constant menacing reminder that our time is running out. Last night, I begin, my heart pounding a nervous, frantic rhythm against my ribs. You said you were falling in love with me. He doesn't hesitate. He closes the space between us in 2 long strides, his hands coming up to gently cut my face. I am, he says, his gaze so intense it feels like he's looking directly into my soul. Completely, terrifyingly. It wasn't a one-way street, I confess, the words a breathless whisper. My own soul is being laid bare now. That night at the gala, I was trying to forget that my entire life had just been shattered. But then I met you. And I didn't feel broken. I just felt seen. I take a shaky breath. I thought about you for 4 months. I tried not to. I tried to convince myself you were just a ghost, an anonymous moment. But you weren't. His thumbs gently stroked my cheeks, his touch a soothing balm. I was so angry when I saw you here. I continue, the truth pouring out of me now. I was furious because you weren't a ghost anymore. You were real, and you were a complication to the neat, safe, lonely little life I was trying to build. I told you I hated you. And in that moment, I think I did. But it was only because I was so terrified of how much I was already starting to feel for you. A raw, beautiful emotion flickers in his eyes. He leans in and kisses me, and it is the gentlest, most reassuring kiss I have ever known. It is a promise. It is an answer. I pull back, my hands coming to rest on his chest, right over his heart. I can feel its steady, solid beat beneath my palm. You told me that your father's lie clarified your purpose, I say softly, that it defined the man you were. It did, he agrees, his voice thick with emotion. But that lie is gone now, I say, my gaze locked with his. That purpose is gone. That man is dead. I trace a line over his heart with my finger. So I have to ask you, before we walk out that door, before we step into his world and fight this war, the most important question in the world. I take a breath, my voice clear and steady. Who are you without the lie? The question hangs in the air between us, profound and terrifying and full of a breathtaking, beautiful hope. He doesn't need to think about it. The answer is already there, in his eyes, in the gentle pressure of his hands on my face. He looks from my eyes, down to my lips, and then his gaze drops to my stomach. He replaces my hand on his chest with his own, then covers my other hand, the one that is resting on our baby. I don't know who I am yet, he says, his voice imitating a raw, broken whisper of pure emotion. But I know who I want to be. He looks me straight in the eye and the world stops. I want to be a dad, and I want to be your husband.
Chapter 28. Scott. The words are out of my mouth, a truth so new and terrifyingly real, it feels like I've just jumped from a cliff. I want to be a dad, and I want to be your husband. Hailey just stares at me, her beautiful, intelligent eyes wide with a profound, soul-deep shock. The sound of the helicopter, a relentless, menacing thump, 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 is the soundtrack to the most important moment of my life. I've just laid the shattered pieces of my past and the fragile hope for my future at her feet. I've never been more vulnerable. I've never been more terrified. Tears well in her eyes, shimmering in the firelight. Her lips part, but no words come out. Hailey. My voice is uncertain. A question. It's the voice of one who has never asked for anything in his life, and is now asking for everything. Scott, you can't, she finally whispers, her voice thick with a storm of emotions I can't begin to decipher. She shakes her head, a small, overwhelmed gesture. We can't. It's insane. Is it? I ask, my hand still holding hers, my gaze locked with hers, willing her to see the truth in my eyes. Or is it the only thing in this whole damn mess that finally makes sense? I've lost my entire past, Hailey. My identity, my purpose. It was all a fiction written by a dead man. But you... I squeeze her hand. This baby... You are the only true things I've ever had. I'm not asking you for a yes right now. I'm not asking you to plan a wedding while weathering a corporate war. I'm just telling you who I want to be. For you. For us. A loud, impatient banging on the cabin door shatters the moment. Mr. Tillman, the pilot's ready. We need to go. The outside world. David, the fight. It's here. Hailey closes her eyes for a second, a silent, internal battle raging. When she opens them again, the shock has been replaced by a familiar, steady resolve. She gives my hand one last firm squeeze and then pulls away to grab her small bag. The moment for answers is over. The time for action has begun. I pull on my coat, my mind shifting, the raw vulnerability of the man who just proposed receding as the cold, calculating strategist takes over. But this time, the strategist has a new mission, not to conquer or destroy, but to protect. I take her bag from her hand before she can object. I've got it. As we step out of the cabin, the world is transformed. The relentless, oppressive gray has vanished. The clouds have broken, and a brilliant, almost violent sunlight is streaming down, reflecting off the pristine, untouched sea of snow. It's blinding. It's beautiful. The storm has finally, truly broken. It is the first day of a new world. David is waiting by the open door of the helicopter, his arms crossed, his expression a mask of impatience. The pilot is already in the cockpit. About time, David says as we approach, his voice dripping with condescension. Had to say your emotional goodbyes to the rustic life? I ignore him, my focus entirely on Hailey. I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her carefully through the deep snow. I help her up into the helicopter, making sure she is settled and secure. Only then do I turn to face my brother before climbing in myself. I don't say a word. I just hold his gaze, and for the very first time, he's the one who looks away. The flight is loud, the roar of the rotors making conversation impossible. It creates a strange, private bubble for Hailey and me. We sit close, our shoulders pressed together, our hands finding each other again in the space between our seats. We are a silent, solid unit. Outside the window, the endless wild landscape of the mountains slowly gives way to the orderly, geometric sprawl of civilization. We are descending back into my world. Hailey leans close, her voice raised just enough to be heard over the noise. Did you mean it? I turn to her, and in the chaos of the helicopter, with a war waiting for us on the ground, I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Every word, I say, my own voice loud and clear. A small, determined smile touches her lips. She leans in again. Okay, then we fight him. But we do it together. Not just with your lawyers and your brute force. We do it with the truth. That's the only way we win, I agree. My mother. She's living in a quiet retirement community in Santa Barbara. It's private, under a different name. My father set it up for her after the divorce to keep her out of the public eye. David won't think to look for her there first. He'll assume she's still in the city and he'll focus on getting to Colin. So we go to Santa Barbara, she says, her expression firm. Straight from the airport, before we go anywhere else. Straight from the airport, I confirm. It's a plan. Our plan. As the helicopter begins its final descent toward a private airfield in Van Nuys, the pilot turns and hands me my briefcase. Your phone is inside, sir. Fully charged. I nod my thanks, my stomach twisting into a cold, hard knot. The bubble is about to burst. I pull out my phone. It powers on, and the world comes rushing in with a violent digital scream. An explosion of notifications, hundreds of emails, dozens of voicemails, a cascade of texts. It's an avalanche of the life I left behind. Hailey leans against my shoulder, watching the screen with me, her presence a steadying warmth against the onslaught. I see a string of frantic texts from my personal counsel. Then my eyes land on the subject line of the most recent top-of-the-inbox email. It's from the company's general counsel, sent to the entire board of directors. Subject: urgent. Notice of emergency board meeting and formal motion to remove CEO. My blood runs cold. Hailey's hand tightens on my arm. Attached to the email is a PDF, the formal motion from David's legal team. I tap it open. Hailey and I read the first line together, the cold, clinical, weaponized words blurring in front of my eyes. This motion is hereby filed to call an emergency vote for the removal of CEO Scott Tillman on the grounds of gross emotional instability and reckless endangerment to the company's reputation, following the scandalous revelation that Mr. Tillman is embroiled in a potential paternity scandal with one Ms. Hailey Eunice. Upon information and belief, this entanglement poses a significant threat of public extortion and will cause irreparable harm to shareholder value during a critical post-merger period. My breath catches in my throat. He's not just questioning my stability. He's publicly branding Hailey an extortionist. He is painting our story, our child, as a dirty transaction designed to damage the company. The war isn't just about my past. It's a vicious public attack on our future.
Chapter 29. Hailey. The words on the phone screen burn, searing themselves onto the inside of my eyelids. Public extortion. Illegitimate child. David hasn't just declared war on Scott. He has dropped a bomb directly on my life. On my child. He is trying to turn my miracle into a scandal, to paint me as a villain in a story I never wanted to be a part of. A wave of white-hot rage, so pure and so intense it makes me dizzy, washes over me. My quiet life, my reputation, my fierce desire to protect this baby from the ugliness of the world, it's all under attack. My first instinct is to run, to take my baby and disappear where men like David Tillman can never find me. But then I feel Scott's hand tighten around mine, his thumb making small reassuring circles on my skin. I look at him. The shock has passed, and what's left is something I've never seen on his face before. It's not the cold, controlled anger of the CEO. It's a quiet, focused, and utterly lethal rage. It's the look of a man who has finally found something worth fighting for and has just watched someone try to burn it to the ground. He's going to regret that, Scott says, his voice a low, dangerous promise. I am going to systematically dismantle his entire world, piece by piece. No, I say, and the word is so firm it surprises even me. His gaze snaps to mine. We're not going to play his game. We're not going to burn anything. He's trying to sell the world a story, Scott. A dirty, ugly story. All we have to do is tell a better one. The true one. The helicopter lands with a final jarring thud. The world outside is the sleek corporate efficiency of a private airfield. A black car waits, a silent promise of the life we are now re-entering. Scott helps me out of the helicopter. His hand, a warm, constant pressure on the small of my back. It's a small gesture, but it's a public one. A declaration. We are together. We are a team. The ride into the city is a blur of freeways and lights. I lean against him, his arm a solid protective shield around me. The fear is still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it's no longer paralyzing. It's clarifying. I know what the stakes are now. His penthouse is exactly as I imagined it would be. A vast, beautiful, and profoundly lonely space high above the city. It's all glass and steel and shades of gray, a minimalist fortress designed to keep the world out. As I stand in the center of the massive living room, I realize this is the physical manifestation of the prison he told me about. And he's finally ready to walk out of it. He doesn't waste a second. He immediately starts making calls. His voice the sharp, commanding instrument of a CEO at war. Get the entire legal team on a conference call. Now, he barks into his phone. He begins to pace, a panther in his own gilded cage. And get our head of PR. I want a full press blackout. No one from this company says a word to anyone. No, you don't draft a statement. You wait for my instructions. We are handling the narrative internally. He pauses, his eyes finding mine across the room. The word we hangs in the air, a solid, unbreakable promise. I watch him, and I am not intimidated by this powerful, ruthless version of him. I am in awe of him. This is the man who survived my father. This is the man who is going to fight for us. When he finally ends the call, he turns his full attention to me. The CEO vanishes, replaced by the man who held me by the fire. Okay, he says, his voice softer now. My shark is ready for a fight. My PR team is on a gag order. I've bought us a few hours of silence before David's leak hits the press. He walks over to me, taking both of my hands in his. What's our first move? He's asking me. After a lifetime of making every decision alone, he is asking me to lead with him. Your brother wants this to be a corporate battle, I begin, my own mind sharp and focused. He wants to fight it in the shadows, with lawyers and board meetings and carefully worded press releases. He wants to reduce me to an anonymous, greedy woman in a legal document. We cannot let him set the terms of this war. So what do? He asks, his gaze fixed on my face. His trust in me absolute. We do the one thing he'll never see coming, I say, a bold, terrifying plan forming in my mind. We make it personal. We make it human. We don't issue a press release from Tillman Industries. We sit down, you and me together, for an interview. I see a flicker of surprise, of resistance in his eyes. This goes against every one of his instincts. He is a man who guards his privacy with a ruthless jealousy. That's a massive risk, Kylie, he says, his voice tight. We'd be handing them the ammunition to tear our lives apart on national television. They are already holding the ammunition, Scott, I counter, my grip on his hands tightening. But they are firing lies. Our only weapon, our only chance, is to use the truth. All of it. The story of your father's lie. The truth about Dr. Colin. The proof of David's treachery. I take a deep breath, my voice softening. And the story of us. The story of two people who found each other in the middle of the wreckage. The story of a miracle baby. You cannot fight a story like that with a motion to remove. You just can't. He is quiet, his mind processing my strategy. He looks around his vast, empty penthouse, a monument to his old life of control and isolation. Then his gaze returns to me, his partner in this new, chaotic, and beautiful life. I see the choice being made, the decision to step out of the shadows for good. He pulls out his phone, his thumb hovering over the screen. Who are you calling? I ask, my heart pounding. He looks at me, and a slow, determined smile spreads across his face. It's the first real, genuine smile I've ever seen from him, and it transforms him completely. It's the smile of a man who is finally, truly free. I'm calling Diane Sawyer's office, he says, his voice ringing with a newfound, terrifying confidence. If we're going to tell our story, we're going to tell it to the whole damn world. We tell the truth, all of it, on our own terms.
Chapter 30. Scott. Her words, we tell the truth, all of it, on our own terms, ring in the sterile, silent air of my penthouse. It is the boldest, most terrifying, and most brilliant strategy I have ever heard. My entire life, my father's entire legacy, was built on controlling the narrative, on burying the truth under layers of power, money, and intimidation. Hailey is proposing we do the exact opposite. She wants us to take our deepest wounds, our most volatile secrets, and hold them up to the light for the entire world to see. It goes against every instinct I have. It is a complete surrender of control. and it is, without a doubt, our only way to win. I study her, at the fierce, unwavering resolve in her eyes, at the woman who has faced down every monster I've thrown at her, and has emerged not just unbroken, but stronger. My fear of the press, of the board, of my brother, all of it pales in comparison to my fear of losing her. And she is offering us a path where we don't have to hide. A slow, genuine smile spreads across my face. It feels foreign, but right. You're a terrifying genius, you know that? A hint of a smile touches her own lips. I'm a freelance editor. My entire job is finding the truth in a messy story. And ours is a hell of a story. So, Diane Sawyer? She asks, a challenge in her eyes. Or were you just trying to impress me? I'm always trying to impress you, I admit, the truth of it hitting me with all the force of a freight train. I pull out my phone, my purpose absolute. I don't call my lawyers. I don't call my PR team. I call the one person I keep a multi-million-dollar retainer for exactly this kind of DEFCON 1 situation, the most powerful publicist in the country. Jessica, I say when she answers, I need a sit-down, a single exclusive interview, Tier 1 only. I want Eleanor Vance. The topic is the truth about Tillman Industries, and it happens this week. The next few days are a whirlwind. The penthouse is transformed into a war room. Lawyers come and go, taking depositions from me, gathering evidence. My PR team, led by Jessica, is in a state of controlled panic, but they do their job. The interview is set. Friday night. Prime time. The whole world will be watching. Through it all, Hailey is the calm eye of the hurricane. She is my partner in every meeting, her quiet intelligence cutting through the legal jargon, her sharp questions keeping everyone, including me, focused on the real story. But I see the toll it's taking, the exhaustion that clings to her, the way she absently rubs her stomach when the lawyers use words like defamation and custody battle. One evening, after a particularly brutal strategy session, I dismissed the entire team. We're done for today, I announce, my voice leaving absolutely no room for argument. The moment the door closes, leaving us in the sudden, blessed quiet, I go to her. She's curled up on the massive sofa, looking small and overwhelmed. How are you doing? I ask, my voice gentle as I sit on the coffee table in front of her. I feel like I'm cramming for the final exam of my life, she admits, a tired but wry smile on her face. And I haven't even read the book. You're the smartest person I know, I say, my hand coming up to cup her cheek. I lean in and kiss her, a soft, reassuring press of my lips. You wrote the book. You just have to read it out loud. I begin to gently rub her shoulders, kneading the tension from them. We've got this. Do we? She whispers, the fear finally showing in her eyes. What if this backfires, Scott? What if they just see a rich, powerful man trying to spin a story and a woman he dragged into his mess? Then they are not looking closely enough, I say as a fierce promise. When they see you, they will see a woman of incredible grace, intelligence, and a strength I can only aspire to. They will see the mother of my child, the future of my life. They will see the truth. And if they can't see that, then they are not worth our time. That night, we don't talk about David or lawyers or the interview. I order food from her favorite Thai place. We eat sitting on the floor, amidst piles of legal documents, and we talk about baby names. We argue playfully over whether Elias is a stronger name than Noah. She tells me she loves the name Amara. I tell her I love it too. It is a moment of such profound, ordinary sweetness in the middle of our extraordinary chaos that it makes my chest ache with a love so powerful, it's a physical force. This is what I'm fighting for. This is my new purpose. The day of the interview arrives. The living room is unrecognizable, transformed into a television studio with bright, hot lights, multiple cameras, and a dozen crew members moving with quiet efficiency. Hailey is a vision. She's wearing a simple, elegant emerald green dress that makes her skin glow. She is nervous, her hands clasped in front of her, but she radiates a quiet, unshakable dignity. We are a team. a united front. Eleanor Vance, a journalist with a reputation for being surgically precise and unspinnable, sits opposite us. The cameras start rolling. "Mr. Tillman," she begins, her gaze sharp. "For a week, your company has been in chaos. Your brother, David Tillman, has filed a motion to have you removed as CEO, citing gross emotional instability and a scandalous personal life. Let's start there. The motion claims you are embroiled in a paternity scandal with Ms. Hailey Eunice, who they paint as an extortionist. What is your response?" I take Hailey's hand, our fingers lacing together, a silent public declaration. "My response is that my brother is a liar," I say, my voice clear and steady. "I am not embroiled in a scandal. I am in love with Ms. Hailey Eunice. I've asked her to be my wife. We're starting a family together. What my brother calls a scandal, I call the beginning of my life." Eleanor's eyebrows raise slightly. She turns to Hailey. "Ms. Eunice, that is a very serious allegation, that you are an opportunist. What is your side of the story?" Hailey takes a breath, and she is magnificent. "My side of the story is that it's a desperate and misogynistic attack, concocted by a man who is willing to destroy anyone to get what he wants," she says, her voice calm and powerful. "But the real story here isn't about me. It's about a lie that was told 30 years ago, a lie that has shaped every part of Scott's life, and is the real reason his brother thinks he can steal his company." And with that, I tell them everything. I hold Hailey's hand and I tell the whole world the truth. The sterility lie. My father's monstrous manipulation. Dr. Collins' complicity. David's treachery. The photo album. The logbook. The prison I called a life. And the miracle that set me free. When it's over, the room is silent. Eleanor Vance is visibly stunned, her journalistic composure momentarily cracked. The interview of her career has just landed in her lap. Hours later, the crew is gone. The penthouse is quiet again. Hailey and I are standing at the window, my arms wrapped around her, her head resting on my chest. We are watching the city lights, no longer a symbol of my lonely empire, but just a beautiful, glittering backdrop to our new beginning. We are exhausted, emotionally raw, and more connected than ever. We fired our shot. Now, we wait for the world to react. Chapter 31. Scott. The moment the final camera light blinks off, the silence in my penthouse is more deafening than the roar of any blizzard. The adrenaline that has been coursing through my veins, a high-octane fuel for the past hour, evaporates, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. We just took a match to my entire life, my entire legacy, and stood back to watch it burn on national television. Hailey stands by the window, her back to the controlled chaos of the crew packing up their equipment. She's a still, silent figure against the glittering, indifferent backdrop of the city. I can't read her expression. I can't hear her thoughts, and that terrifies me. "Hailey," I say, my voice sounding like a rough, unfamiliar thing in the sudden quiet. She turns, and the look on her face isn't fear or regret. It's a kind of awe, a dazed wonder, as if she's just woken from a strange and vivid dream. "Well," she says, a small, breathless laugh escaping her, "you certainly don't do things by halves, do you?" Before I can answer, my phone, which has been lying dormant on the coffee table, erupts into a violent, buzzing frenzy. It's Jessica, my publicist, and from the frantic vibration, I know she's probably called a dozen times in the last 60 seconds. I answer it, putting it on speaker so Hailey can hear. We are in this. "Scott, what in the ever-loving hell was that?" Jessica's voice is a high-pitched shriek of pure panic. "I told you to let me draft a statement. I told you we would control the narrative. You didn't just go off script. You set the script on fire and threw it out a 50-story window." "That was the point, Jessica," I say calmly, my eyes still locked on Hailey. I see a small, wry smile touch her lips. "The point? The point was not to hand David a silver platter on which to serve your head to the board," she practically yells. My phone is a smoking pile of molten plastic. Every major news outlet, every financial blog, every gossip columnist from here to London is calling. They're not asking about the merger anymore, Scott. They're asking if you've lost your mind. The word they're using is unhinged. Good, I say, my voice steady. Unhinged is unpredictable. David has spent his entire life predicting my every move because he thought he was playing a game against my father. He has no idea how to play against me. And Miss Eunice? Jessica continues, her voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper. She's magnificent. She's a star. They're calling her the moral compass of the whole sordid affair. But they're also digging, Scott. They'll tear her life apart looking for a single piece of dirt. I look at Hailey. She gives me a small, almost imperceptible nod. A silent message. We knew this was coming. We are ready. Let them dig, I say, my voice sounding like a cold promise. They won't find anything. And if they invent something, we'll sue them into the Stone Age. We control the narrative now. We told the truth first. Anything that comes after is just noise. Call the board. Tell them I'll see them at the emergency meeting tomorrow morning. And tell them to bring their popcorn. I end the call, plunging the room back into a blessed, profound silence. The last of the crew has filtered out. The penthouse is ours again. Our war room. Hailey walks toward me, her movements fluid and graceful. She stops in front of me, her hands coming to rest on my chest. You were pretty good back there, she says, a playful glint in her eyes. For a man who was, and I quote, unhinged. I had a good coach, I say, my own hands coming to rest on her waist, drawing her closer until our bodies are flush against each other. A terrifyingly brilliant editor who taught me how to find the story. The story was always there, she murmurs, her fingers tracing the lapel of my suit jacket. You just needed to give it a voice. I lean down, my forehead coming to rest against hers. I breathe her in. The scent of her, something clean and warm and uniquely Hailey, is the only thing that feels real in this unreal world. I meant it, you know, I whisper, my voice rough with an emotion so powerful it threatens to overwhelm me. Every word. About you. About us. I know, she whispers back, her hand coming up to cup my cheek, her touch a soft, grounding comfort. I meant it too. My phone buzzes again on the table, a single, sharp, intrusive notification. A text message. We both look at it, the moment of peace shattered. I walk over and pick it up, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm of dread. Hailey is right beside me, her arm a warm, steady presence against my own. It's an unknown number. We read the message together. You have no idea what you've just done. He'll destroy us all now. BC. Dr. Bob Collin. He saw the interview. The smoke signal worked. He's terrified, Hailey breathes, her fingers tracing the letters on the screen as if to confirm they are real. He should be, I growl. The protective fury I felt in the helicopter returns, tenfold. David will be moving on him. He'll be trying to silence him before he can become a credible witness. My usual methods of finding someone. David will be watching them all. He'll expect a team of my lawyers and PIs to start digging. So you can't go after him with the power of Tillman Industries, she concludes, her mind already working, a brilliant strategist seeing the entire board. You have to go after him as a man. He'll never see it coming, I say, a new, cold resolve settling in my gut. I gaze at her, at my partner, my equal in this war. The letter my mother wrote. It mentioned a place, Whispering Creek. So the plan is still Santa Barbara, she says, her voice steady, our minds working in perfect, seamless sync. We go to your mother, we get the exact location, and we get there before David does. I pull her into my arms, my chin resting on the top of her head, my hand settling on the gentle, firm curve of her stomach. I feel a tiny, insistent flutter against my palm, a secret message from my child, a reminder of what and who I am fighting for. This is it, Hailey, I whisper into her hair. This is the end game. There is no turning back now. Are you absolutely sure you're ready for this? She tilts her head back, her beautiful, intelligent eyes meeting mine. There is no fear in them. There is no doubt. There is only a fierce, unwavering strength that mirrors my own. Ask me again when we've won, she says, a slow, determined smile spreading across her face, a smile that promises a fight and a victory. Right now, let's go find your mother.
Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 32. Hailey. The drive up the Pacific Coast Highway is a study in impossible contrast. Outside the tinted windows of Scott's absurdly quiet luxury car, the world is a masterpiece. Inside the car, the air is heavy with the ghost of a 30-year-old lie and the looming threat of a corporate war. It feels like we're driving through the calm, beautiful eye of a hurricane. Scott is a different person behind the wheel. The restless, caged energy he had in the lodge is gone, replaced by a quiet, focused intensity. His hands rest easily on the steering wheel, his profile sharp and clean against the blur of the passing scenery. He is a man with a mission again. But the mission is no longer revenge. It's rescue. It's redemption. It's us. I've been quiet for the past hour, just watching the headlights cut through the darkness, my mind a chaotic swirl of the last 24 hours. The interview, the panicked text from Dr. Colin, the sheer terrifying reality that my quiet, anonymous life is over. My name is now a headline. My pregnancy is a talking point. I feel a familiar wave of anxiety, and my hand instinctively comes to rest on my stomach, a silent promise to the tiny acrobat inside me that I will protect her from all of this. Scott must sense the shift in my mood. He reaches over and turns down the classical music that's been playing softly. "Regrets?" he asks, his voice a low, gentle current in the quiet of the car. I turn to look at him, at his handsome, serious face. About what? The public evisceration of my private life, or the fact that your half-brother has probably hired a team of private investigators to figure out what brand of toothpaste I use? A small, wry smile touches his lips. So, a few regrets then? Not a single one, I say, and the truth of it surprises even me. I'm terrified, Scott. I am completely, utterly terrified. But for the first time in months, I don't feel alone in it. He takes his eyes off the road for a fraction of a second, and the look he gives me is so full of a raw, tender gratitude, it makes my heart ache. He reaches over, his large, warm hand covering mine where it rests on my stomach. "You'll never be alone in it again," he says, a quiet vow. We drive in a comfortable silence for a while, his hand a warm, constant presence on mine. The simple domestic intimacy of it feels both completely new and strangely familiar. "What's she like?" I ask, breaking the quiet. "Your mother?" His thumb strokes the back of my hand. "She's quiet," he says, choosing his words carefully. My father was a force of nature, a hurricane. My mother learned how to survive by becoming a still, quiet place. She saw everything, but she never let on what she knew. It was her armor. And now we're about to show up and ask her to go to war, I say, a knot of worry tightening in my chest. Is that fair to her? My mother has been a prisoner of war in her own life for 40 years, he says, his voice low and laced with a deep old sadness. I think for the first time, we're giving her a chance to fight back. He glances at me again, and a genuine, almost boyish smile appears. Besides, she's going to adore you. What makes you so sure? I ask, a little thrown by his sudden confidence. Because, he says, his voice full of a certainty that steals the air from my lungs. You're everything she probably wishes she had the courage to be. You don't just survive the hurricane. You walk right into the middle of it and to tell it to shut the hell up. His words are a gift, a validation so profound it brings tears to my eyes. I turn my head to look out the window, blinking them back, my heart so full it feels like it might burst. I came to Blackwood Pines to find a quiet place to be alone. I am leaving it with a partner. Serenity Gardens is exactly what it sounds like. A quiet, manicured prison sleeping under the stars. The silence is pristine. The gardens are manicured to within an inch of their lives, and the residents all have the same polite, vacant smiles. It's the world Scott was born into, and the world we are now trying to set on fire. The moment Catherine Tillman opens the door to her bungalow, I know that Scott was right. I'm looking at a ghost, a woman who has made herself so small, so quiet, that she has almost disappeared. But when her eyes land on her son, a universe of love and regret and fear flashes across her face. Then her gaze finds me, and I see a dawning, horrified understanding. She knows instinctively that we are the bomb that is about to detonate in the middle of her quiet, carefully constructed peace. We sit in her sterile, beige living room, a room with no memories and no personality, and Scott tells her everything. He doesn't just lay out the facts. He tells her about the pain, the loneliness, the suffocating weight of the lies she unknowingly helped to keep. She weeps, quiet, dignified tears that she dabs at with a silk handkerchief. They are tears of regret for a battle she was too afraid to fight. I was a coward, she says, her voice thick with a grief so old it has become a part of her. I saw what Edward was doing to you. I saw the man he was turning you into, and I chose my own quiet, comfortable peace over my son's happiness. She looks at me then, her eyes full of a desperate, pleading shame. He was a monster, my dear, a charming, brilliant, and utterly ruthless monster. And I am so sorry that his shadow has fallen on you. We have a chance to step out of it for good, Scott says, his voice urgent, leaning forward. But we need Dr. Collin. David will be hunting for him. We need to get to him first. The letter you wrote, all those years ago, you said he was going to Whispering Creek. A new light dawns in Catherine's eyes. The fragile, broken woman recedes, and for a fleeting moment, I see a spark of the fierce, defiant girl she must have been before Edward Tillman extinguished her fire. Your father thought he controlled everything, she says, a strange, triumphant smile touching her lips. But he never knew about my holiday cards. She gets up, her movements no longer hesitant, but filled with a new, determined purpose. She goes to a small antique desk, unlocks a drawer, and pulls out a small worn address book. She flips through the pages, a general finding a long-lost battle plan. She tears a page from the book and walks back to us. She hands the page not to me, but to Hailey, a silent, symbolic passing of the torch. He did it, she says, her voice ringing with a strength I have never heard from her before. He got away. He has a small family practice. He wanted a quiet life. She looks at me then, and her eyes are not full of sadness anymore. They are full of a fierce, protective, maternal love. Go, Scott. Go and bring that good man home, and you take this beautiful girl and that precious baby, and you build a life so full of light and love and truth that it burns your father's ghost to ashes.
Chapter 33. Scott. The drive from Santa Barbara to the mountains outside Aspen is the first real journey of my new life. For hours, the world is a blur of California desert, giving way to the stark rising peaks of the Rockies. The car is a silent, self-contained universe, a bubble of borrowed time between the ghosts of the past and the war that awaits us. Hailey is asleep in the passenger seat, her head resting against the window, a thick wool blanket I found in the back tucked around her. The early morning sun filters through the glass, illuminating the gentle curve of her cheek and the soft, peaceful expression on her face. For the first time in days, she looks completely at rest. I watch her, and a feeling so fierce, so profoundly protective, rises in my chest. It's a physical ache. This woman, this miracle she carries, they are my entire reason for being. My father's lie was meant to be my life's final chapter. I look at Hailey, and I know it was only the prologue. My phone, resting in the center console, is a silent Black Mirror reminder of the world we're racing against. Every hour, a new wave of alerts comes in. My legal team, my PR team, my mother. David, I know, will be moving with the same frantic urgency. He is a cornered animal now, and cornered animals are the most dangerous. Hailey stirs, a soft murmur escaping her lips as she stretches. Her eyes flutter open, blinking in the bright sunlight. She looks at me, and a slow, beautiful, sleepy smile spreads across her face. "Hi," she whispers, her voice thick with sleep. "Hi," I say, my own voice softer than I intend. "Good nap?" "The best," she says, sitting up and pushing a stray curl from her face. "I dreamed we were on a beach somewhere, and the only decision we had to make was what to name the sea turtles." She looks around at the snow-covered peaks that now surround us. Slightly different vibe here. Just slightly, I agree, a real smile touching my own lips. "How are you feeling? Do you need to stop? Are you hungry?" She turns in her seat to face me, a playful, teasing glint in her eyes. "Are you asking as my co-conspirator in a high-stakes corporate takedown, or as my overly anxious, soon-to-be baby daddy?" The words, baby daddy, are so casual, so wonderfully normal, that they hit me with the force of a revelation. "Both," I admit, my voice a little rough. "The co-conspirator thinks we should keep moving. The baby daddy wants to wrap you in bubble wrap and feed you a steady diet of organic vegetables until this is all over." She laughs, a warm, happy sound that fills the car. "I think we can find a middle ground. Let's go dethrone your evil brother, and then you can buy me a salad." She reaches over, her hand coming to rest on my knee, a simple, proprietary gesture that sends warmth right through me. "We're close, aren't we?" 15 minutes according to the GPS, I say, my hand covering hers, lacing our fingers together. The town of Whispering Creek is exactly what its name implies. It's a quiet, isolated pocket of the world, nestled in a valley, a place where time seems to move a little slower. It's the perfect place to hide. We find the small clinic on Main Street, Whispering Creek Family Medicine. It's a quaint, welcoming-looking building, a stark contrast to the cold, sterile setting of my nightmares. We park across the street, the engine idling. The mission, which felt theoretical on the highway, is now terrifyingly real. I turn to Hailey. "Are you ready for this?" She turns my hand over, her thumb tracing the lines on my palm. "This isn't my ghost to face, Scott. Are you ready?" I look at the man I was just a week ago, the cold, angry, isolated prisoner of his own life. Then I look at the woman beside me, at her steady, compassionate, and impossibly brave face. I'm not that man anymore. She has made sure of it. "With you," I say as an unbreakable promise, "I'm ready for anything." We walk into the clinic and a small bell chimes announcing our arrival. The waiting room is empty, smelling faintly of antiseptic and coffee. A moment later, a man in a white coat emerges from a back room, a patient chart in his hand. It's him. He is older, his hair white, his shoulders stooped with the weight of a secret he has carried for 30 years. But his eyes, those same haunted, fearful eyes, are exactly as I remember them. He looks up, and his gaze lands on me. The color drains from his face. The chart slips from his nerveless fingers, the papers scattering across the polished linoleum floor. He stumbles back a step, his hand flying to his chest, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He looks like he has just seen a ghost. Not my father's ghost. Mine. Tillman, he chokes out, the name a ragged, terrified whisper. His eyes dart around the empty room as if looking for an escape route. He sent you, David. He sent you to silence me. David has no idea we're here, I say, my voice becoming a low, calming current. I hold up my hands, a universal gesture of peace. We are not here to hurt you, Doctor. We are here to help you. There is no helping me, he whispers, shaking his head, his entire body trembling. You don't know what you've done. That interview, it was a death sentence. For all of us. You don't know your father. You don't know what he was capable of. The kind of people he kept on his payroll. I know exactly what he was capable of, I say, my voice low, intense. I lived it. And now my brother is trying to continue his legacy. But we are going to end it. And you are going to help us. I can't, he says, his voice breaking. He'll ruin me. He'll destroy everything I've built here. This quiet life. It's all I have. Hailey steps forward then, moving into his line of sight. Her movements are slow, gentle, unthreatening. Dr. Collin, she says, her voice a beacon of calm, steady reason in the middle of his panic. We know you were a victim too. We know you were scared. We're not here to judge you. We're here because there is an innocent life caught in the midst of all of this. She places a hand on her stomach, and the doctor's terrified gaze drops to it. He sees the undeniable truth of her pregnancy. My child. Scott's child. He looks from her kind, earnest face to my own. He sees not the vengeful son of a tyrant, but a man who is fighting to protect his family. We are not here to threaten you, she continues softly. We are here to offer you a choice. You can keep running from the ghost of Edward Tillman for the rest of your life, or you can help us expose the truth, and we will give you our word and the full force of our resources to protect you from his son. His carefully constructed composure finally shatters. A long, shuddering sob escapes him, and the old, terrified man collapses into a chair, his face in his hands. He made me do it, he chokes out, the confession of a lifetime pouring out of him in a torrent of guilt and fear. He said Scott's illness was a gift, a chance to ensure the family line was pure. He had me falsify everything. The blood work, the reports. He paid me, but it wasn't about the money. It was the fear. I was so afraid of him. Do you have the original records? I ask quietly, the question that will define everything. He nods, wiping his eyes with a trembling hand. I kept everything, every original test result, every note my father wrote to me, a secret insurance policy he never knew about, in a safe deposit box at the bank down the street. This is it, the smoking gun, the irrefutable proof. As if on cue, my phone buzzes, a sharp, insistent vibration that cuts through the emotionally charged silence of the room. It's a text from my lead counsel. They moved up the board meeting. It's tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. David's claiming your public interview is proof you're a liability and must be dealt with immediately. You need to be here, Scott. This is the end game. I look at Hailey. She looks at me. The final battle has been scheduled. We have to get back to Los Angeles. Tonight. Doctor, I say, my voice firm, discouraging any argument. It's time to go to the bank.
Chapter 34. Highly. The Tillman Industries boardroom is not a room. It's a weapon. It's a cold, cavernous space on the 50th floor, designed to make people feel small and insignificant. A single gleaming mahogany table stretches for what feels like a mile, surrounded by severe leather chairs. The wall of glass behind it displays the entire city of Los Angeles, a kingdom built on power and ambition. We have just walked into the heart of the empire, into the lion's den, and the lions look hungry. David is at the head of the table, a king presiding over an execution. His smile is a slick, confident slash in his handsome face. The board members, a jury of stone-faced men and women in expensive suits, watch us with the cold, morbid curiosity of people about to witness a car crash. Scott pulls out a chair for me at the opposite end of the table, a small, chivalrous gesture that feels like an act of defiance in this cold, brutal space. He sits beside me, his back ramrod straight, his presence a silent, solid shield. He places his briefcase on the table with a soft, definitive click. It's the only sound in the room. I slide my hand onto his knee under the table, a secret message of solidarity. He covers it instantly with his own, his grip firm, grounding. We are in this together. Scott Hiley, David begins, his voice a silken, condescending purr that slides over my skin like something unclean. So glad you could find the time to join us. I trust you're here to discuss the terms of your graceful exit. Scott doesn't even grace him with a look. His attention is on the board. He waits for the silence to stretch, to become heavy, to belong to him. Then he stands. He is no longer the broken man I found in the lodge. He is not the angry boy from the nightmare. The man who stands before this board is a king who has come to reclaim his throne. But he is a different kind of king now. He is no longer ruling from a fortress of solitude. He is fighting for a family. My brother is a gifted storyteller. Scott begins, his voice calm, confident, and ringing with an authority that commands the attention of every single person in the room. He has just spent the last 48 hours painting a very compelling picture for you and for the world, a fiction. Now, I'd like to present you with the truth. What follows is not a defense. It is a masterclass in narrative control. He doesn't just refute David's claims. He tells our story with a raw, honest vulnerability that is more powerful than any legal argument. He tells them about our father, about the 30-year-old lie that shaped his life, about the prison he called an existence. He tells them about me, about our miracle baby, and about the impossible, beautiful truth that set him free. He exposes the decades of rot at the heart of the Tillman family, and he does it not with anger, but with a quiet, profound dignity that sucks all the air out of the room. David's smug confidence begins to curdle into a pale, furious disbelief. This was not on his agenda. These are the desperate, rambling delusions of an unstable man, David sputters, trying to regain control. He has no proof. On the contrary, Scott says, his voice dangerously quiet. He opens his briefcase. I have a great deal of proof. He connects his laptop to the room's projector, and the first document that flashes onto the massive screen at the end of the room is Dr. Collins' original, unaltered medical file from 30 years ago, the one my father paid to have buried. He follows it with a sworn, videotaped affidavit from a terrified but resolute Dr. Collins, who, with a broken, tearful voice, confesses to my father's monstrous coercion and to David's recent, life-threatening attempts to buy his silence. The boardroom is in a state of stunned, absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. David's face is a mask of apoplectic, disbelieving rage. His perfect coup, his life's ambition, is crumbling to dust before his very eyes. These are lies, he finally explodes, his voice a strangled, ugly thing. He points a trembling finger at me. Fabrications from a senile old man and this this gold-digging, social-climbing brat who trapped him. And that's my cue. I stand up, my movements slow and deliberate, and I walk to the head of the table to stand beside Scott. I place a hand on his arm, a silent, public declaration of our partnership, our union. Every eye in the room snaps to me. "Mr. Tillman," I say, my voice clear and strong, and completely devoid of the fear he expects to hear. "For the last week, you have called me a great many things, an opportunist, an extortionist, a dirty woman. But there is one thing you have consistently failed to grasp." I look at the stunned faces of the board members, then let my gaze land, with a final pitying weight, on David's hate-filled one. "You thought I was a weakness you could exploit. You thought this baby was a scandal you could use to destroy him." I place my other hand on my stomach, a gesture of pure maternal strength. "But you were wrong. We are not his weakness. We are his motive. We are the reason he is no longer the broken man you thought you could manipulate. We are the reason he is free." Scott's hand covers mine on his arm. "We are a unit, unbreakable." "The vote is not about my fitness," Scott says, his voice a low final verdict that seals his brother's fate. "It is about the future of this company. Will it be a future built on the lies, the threats, and the manipulations of the past? Or will it be a future built on a foundation of integrity and truth?" He looks at David, and there is no anger in his eyes, only a cold, final pity. "It's over, David." A senior board member, a formidable older woman named Eleanor Vance, finally breaks the silence. She looks at David with an expression of contempt. "I believe a different motion is in order," she says, her voice ringing with authority. "I move for the immediate removal of David Tillman from this board for cause." The room erupts into a chaos of shouted agreements. David stands there for a moment, a king deposed, his face a wreck of shattered ambition and pure, impotent hatred. Then he turns and storms out of the room, a man with no empire and no future. The war is over. We won. As the board members begin the formal process of voting, their allegiances shifting in the face of the undeniable truth, Scott leans down, his lips brushing against my ear, his voice a warm, triumphant whisper meant only for me. "How are we doing, partner?" I slide my hand into his under the table, our fingers lacing together in a secret, victorious handshake. I look at him, at the free, strong, and brilliant man he has become, at the father of my child, at the future of my life, and a smile of joy spreads across my face. I whisper back, my heart so full it feels like it might burst, that we're just getting started.
Chapter 35. Scott. The world is finally, for the first time in my 34 years, quiet. The war is over. The ghosts have been exorcised. The headlines have faded from a screeching scandal to a story of survival, of a legacy redefined. David is gone, a footnote in the history of the company he tried to dismantle. My mother and I had dinner last night. It was a real dinner, filled with a fragile, hopeful conversation that felt like the first steps on a long road back to each other. But my victory isn't the empire I saved. My victory is the woman sleeping in my arms. My penthouse, once a cold, sterile monument to my own isolation, has become a home. The morning sun streams through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in a warm, golden light. There are no meetings today, no lawyers, no battle plans. It is a perfect, peaceful, ordinary morning, and it is the most extraordinary thing I have ever known. Hailey stirs beside me, a soft, sleepy sound. She is curled into my side, her head on my chest, her hand resting on her stomach, right over my own. I've spent the entire night like this, holding her, holding our child, feeling the steady, rhythmic beat of her heart against my ribs, a metronome for my whole life. Her eyes flutter open and she looks up at me. She smiles, a slow, beautiful, and completely unguarded smile that makes my entire world settle into place. "Hi," she whispers, her voice thick with sleep. "Hi," I say back, my own voice a rough, emotional thing. I lean down and kiss her, a slow, deep, and reverent kiss. It is a kiss of gratitude, of wonder, of a love so profound it has completely rewritten my own genetic code. "You're staring," she murmurs against my lips, her eyes dancing with a bit of the old spark. "I'm observing," I correct her softly. "I have something for you." A small, playful frown touches her lips. "Scott, we said no more thank you gifts. The new library wing you're scouting for the university was enough." "This isn't a thank you," I say, my heart beginning to pound a steady, joyful rhythm. "It's the most important thing I will ever give." I slip out of bed, the cool air a shock against my skin after the warmth of her. I go to the pocket of the suit jacket I wore to the final board meeting, the one I haven't had the heart to put away yet, because it represents the last day of the old world. I retrieve the small velvet box. When I turn back, she is sitting up, the white sheets pooled around her waist, her beautiful, intelligent eyes watching me, full of a dawning, wondrous understanding. I don't walk back to the bed. I sink to one knee on the cool marble floor, the city skyline at my back, and I hold the box out to her. "Highly Eunice," I begin, my voice thick, but steady. "Sure. You are a miracle. You walked into my life, a life I thought was a closed book, a finished story. And you didn't just show me a new chapter. You convinced me to write a whole new story. A better one. Our story." I open the box. Inside, a simple, elegant diamond ring rests on the velvet. It isn't a massive, ostentatious rock designed to show off wealth. It is a single, perfect, brilliant stone, a quiet promise of a lifetime. "You are my partner, my conscience, my entire world. You are the bravest, kindest, and most brilliant person I have ever known. You are the mother of my child." I take a shaky breath, my gaze locked with her tear-filled one. "I love you more than I have words for, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to be the man you, and our child, deserve. Will you marry me? Will you do me the honor of building a new, impossible, and beautiful life with me?" "Yes," she sobs, a laugh bubbling up through her happy tears. "Yes, of course, yes." I slide the ring onto her finger. It is a perfect fit. I stand and pull her into my arms, and she melts against me, her own arms wrapping around my neck. We just hold each other. Two survivors who found their safe harbor in the middle of a hurricane. Later, we are standing by the massive window, wrapped in a single blanket, mugs of coffee and tea warming our hands. We are watching the city wake up, the streets beginning to hum with the ordinary business of a Tuesday. Hailey's hand is in mine, the diamond on her finger catching the morning light, a tiny, brilliant star. "What are you thinking about?" she asks softly. I look at her, the incredible, strong woman who is going to be my wife. I look at the gentle curve of her stomach, where my child is waiting to join us. I look at the life we are about to build, a life I never, ever thought was possible. The impossible clause. My father meant for it to be a sentence, a life in prison, an ending. But he was wrong. It was never a clause in his contract. It was the escape clause in mine. "I'm thinking," I say, turning to her and pulling her into a deep, soulful kiss, my hand coming to rest on our baby, on our future. That this is the first day,